So yeah, I think we're out here. So yeah, I think unfortunately, Xfinity was screwing around with the internet here, and I think that has really messed it up. So I don't know if people can hear me. I guess people can, sort of, maybe. But yeah, unfortunately, I knew this was going to happen because they were improving the service in the area. So yeah, the internet here has been garbage all day long. And I was really worried that was going to happen because again, they improved things and we know just how wonderful it is when things get improved. I mean, we'll try and do what we can here. May their horns fan. So yeah, unfortunately, it's probably going to crash or freeze or do whatever again because I think we're just think the internet here is not going to be good anymore. It actually had been better than it ever had been. I was able to upload videos at like record speed. Everything was great, and literally as soon as that happened, that's when they said, "Oh, we're going to improve service in your area," and we can kind of see what the improvements are. So yeah, unfortunately, don't be surprised if this goes away again, because I could see that happening. You know what? Maybe I will just grab some of the fluoro yellow here. So yeah, I'm seeing again. It says that it's unstable, so I got most likely it's going to freeze and crash again. And I got like 0 bitrate going on here, so not again. I guess it's going to be a Monday, kind of a Friday here. Hopefully that's not going to also continue into tomorrow. No, I mean on my screen it looks like things are moving. I can't really tell. Hey there, Abadu. So thanks, Abadu. Appreciate that. Again, how long it's going to last, I have no idea. Again, because it's showing all kinds of instability there. I'll do what I can for as long as I can. But I have a feeling this is going to be one of them kind of streams here. So appreciate that, Abadu. Thank you so much. So yeah, we'll have to kill the other one. I was going to try and make a video out of these, but that's not going to happen. So Abadu, thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. So that we'll have to just scrap that plan. We'll get the lighter stuff here and the eyes of our skulls here. So here, let's just keep going. And again, if there's any sort of weird interruption where you can't hear me or whatever, just let me know. But again, I have a feeling it's going to die again at some point here. Sadly. And again, there's nothing I can do about it because that was Xfinity screwing around in the area. And clearly, whatever was good, they removed that and only added stuff that's not good. Now it does at least say stable, so maybe that means we aren't going to go away imminently here, which would be nice. Here, let me try and get things back in place here. Of course, I had to restart the machine, which means that all of my video settings are all trashed, so I might have to be fixing those while we're doing this too. So yeah, things like autofocus has to get turned off, and I have to figure out exactly where we're at here. So thanks everybody for sticking with it. Appreciate that. Oh yeah, we can get a little more of our light there. No, no, no. Gotta go back to get some of the orange here. Something, yeah, here like this. Yeah, let's throw some more orange on that. Because remember when it first started and there was no sounds and there was no jar over there? Yeah, Abadoo, and I tell you, all kidding aside, I was able to upload 2-hour videos in about half the time that it was just a week ago. And when they said they're going to improve things, I was thinking, well, maybe they're just going to eliminate that. That they will improve it so that those 2-hour videos take 2 hours again instead of 45 minutes or whatever. Because we all know how fantastic new and improved is. Yes, since like all the phones and everything else that's new and improved. It's a bit like a 40K, a new 40K edition. There you go. Yes, new and improved. Sadly, Queez is not here to wax poetic over that little statement right there. So okay, yeah, we're starting to get some flamey effects here on this guy. Again, we're gonna do our other Huskarl over here. Same thing. Hey there, Thranual. Oh, you're getting in here much earlier than last night. I know last night it was kind of right around the tail end there. So welcome back, Thranual. Let's do here. We're gonna get our little more of the yellow down here in a couple of places, I think. Some of that here. Little more of that here on the wood here. Also some over there. Maybe a little more on the spear handle. No, thanks, Russian Blue. Appreciate you coming back again. Sorry about that. Just something is one of those things where you just sense that, oh yeah, we're gonna, and it had been days. They said, oh, we're gonna do your, oh no, we're not. Well, we're gonna do your area today. No, we're not. So Thranual, hopefully maybe all the craziness with internet stuff there is gonna work out on the plus side for you. Hopefully Landrast and other folks come back in. So maybe, yeah, you know what? Actually, I had to unplug the Bambi printer downstairs because it was not able to connect to it. So I had to unplug it, and plug it back in. So yeah, I probably should have just restarted every machine here before trying to do anything that involved the internet, much less streaming. Hey there, Painting Tentacle. So Painting Tentacle, have you done any of the color charts? Because that is one of the major things that we advocate. And of course, that's these things, right? Now, the other thing we also strongly advocate is doing basically a one light color, one dark color. It's kind of a value study. The other thing is less is more. More is way too much. That you saw we were doing the filbert brushes and doing the just doing some dry brushy type things. That's kind of the approach that you want to have for sure. Now, I'm not quite sure why this brush has all kinds of... one second here. Let me just get rid of this thing. Yeah, not sure where that darker color came from. Here, let me just... Wow, there's all kinds of weird stuff on that brush. We're just going to get some of the red in here. some of our floral orange, and we'll just kind of reverse this around here a little bit at a time. So a little bit more, yeah, the orangey red down here. So I think Russian blue, it does make a statement for the whole army, doesn't it? I really love how it just, again, makes the whole army look. It really tells the story. All right, so this is our one from last night. Hey there, Elite. So yeah, Arid, it was one of those things where probably I should have just restarted every single machine in the house instead of just trying to go ahead and work with them. So, well, Elite, we did an Anzac Day stream. Oh yeah, that's right. Well, I think you saw it here, right? Because we were doing the Creebane here. Doing those Creebane last night. Thank you so much, Meat Spawn. Appreciate that. That's a year's worth of subs there. Thanks, Meat Spawn. Appreciate that. So yeah, painting tend to. Another thing too is things, large cloaks, that sort of stuff. It really can't hurt to do stuff like that. It really can't. So thanks, Meat Spawn. Appreciate that. I'm going to try and get me even a little lighter here. Now again, I did put the fluoro yellow out there. Now let me see if I just use... Yep, that's not a bad idea. Well, let's see. I might have to thin it down now. Try and get that down in there. Here we go. Now we're getting there with some of our lightest firelight. That's starting to crank up the temperature even more. Well, hopefully that all works out for you there, Elite. Unfortunately, any quarterback that goes to the Bears, well, they all suffer the exact same fate. So, Caleb Williams, he's going to learn the hard way how that goes around here. Yeah, we're going to keep going with this, and we'll show you the difference here. And it's pretty amazing to see the difference, even at this early stage here. This is what I do enjoy about painting, obviously, the multiple figures all at once. Look at that. See the difference right there? So I'm going to leave him in kind of in that, well, we're working on 3. And again, given all the craziness, this is like a half an hour's worth here. Well, painting tentacle, that's fantastic. Yeah, Abadu, it really, it's a sad state of affairs, is it not? Well, this is a marshmallow roast for Creebane right here, because they're hoping the eyes, it's kind of like popcorn or something like that. Well, Meat Spawn, I hope that goes well for you. I'm glad that you're doing that for Old World, and you don't have to worry about the destruction of, that's going on in the other place there. Of course, Meat Spawn, if you want to post pictures, anything there. And again, painting tentacle, I hope that it all works out just the way you'd like it to, of course. Yeah, Thranio, I mean, that's, well, how many times I've expressed a wee bit of frustration, right, in some of our painting videos when we're not doing 3D printed stuff. I might have expressed a little teensy bit of frustration. Now, let me see if I can start doing some stuff here that is not object source lighting. Maybe like this. Also here. And there. Up here. Russian Blue, I did manage to find those files, and I actually have several more now that I can print out. I also even have Raven Riders. Now, I did paint one on stream a long time ago. It was actually a Mears miniature. Speaking of cast resin figs, holy smokes. Yeah, it was actually a Mears miniature. And again, I think there's I think there's at least 8 sculpts. Now, it's kind of like they have each of these birds sort of like here with just his feet. And then there's also, they're kind of like basically attached to something. So that's why I think there's 4 different sculpts and there's 2 versions of each sculpt. So meat spawn, I mean, obviously for me, I would be painting dozens and dozens of them at the same time if I could, because as you've seen sometimes meat spawn in the videos, right, where I'm basically, especially the army painting vids, where I say, good, now we can let this dry, especially when you're dealing with slow drying colors like reds or violets, that sort of thing. So kind of just to use those to advantage, I guess that's the big thing. So look at that. See how we've got the kind of the 2 things going on there. Hey there, Penguin Shark. Nice to see you, Penguin Shark Minis. How you doing? Happy Friday. Yeah, Abadoo, will he just be running for his life? Game after game after game. Something tells me that might be the most likely scenario, because something tells me they won't use the running game to try and protect him. So yeah, it just it could end up being a little bit difficult and challenging. Well, Penguin Shark, hopefully at some point the travel kind of dies down a little bit, and you can get back to doing some miniature stuff. Now, this is not our lightest light, just throwing it out there. We can certainly go much lighter than that. We do need to get a little bit of the light on that side. Okay, there we go. And then we'll have to start getting, oh yeah, we'll have to start getting some of our, little bit of the perline black, that lighter perline black. Or the, let's see, I think we were taking actually some of this right here, the ice blue, mixing that with the perline black, yeah. Oh, and thanks, Ryan. Appreciate the bits. I don't know if you even got a chance to see this. I raised this up there, but nothing showed on the screen. So thank you so much, Ryan. So I think, yeah, I'm not gonna jinx it. I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying a word until I know for sure. But yeah, I'm gonna play around here. We got again some of the a wee touch of the Mars yellow deep out there. Essentially, well, to me, a much more effective yellow ochre. It is not the fastest drying color ever. I will say that, though. That I can definitely say it. Not terribly fast as far as drying goes, which is unusual because the other Mars colors tend to be obviously, your Pigment Red 101, your Terra Rosa trends towards that way. Well, you know what? Here, let's do this just to celebrate that the stream is actually working. We'll do this. There we go. We'll just say, hey, the stream is working. And there's a hype train. There we go. All aboard the hype train. There it goes. There's a quick hype train appearance right there. So now, yeah, let's look at that. Look at that. Looky there. So, and I think there's even, well, that's still about the same right there. Grand Oracle, actually, there was no hype train. There was just the stream getting wiped out. So there, yeah, you didn't actually miss a hype train there. Yeah, that just sadly the stream got taken down. Obviously, big acrylic involved there. So yeah, that's just a hype train to say, oh wow, we actually have ourselves a stream here. Gonna try and get me a little bit again of our lighter version of the Perline Black. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Yeah, I would not mind a refresher on that, let me tell you. Although I have a feeling, again, remember when this started out and it was being all winky with the not showing any of the sounds and the jar not being over there? Yeah, should have known that something was afoot there. So yeah, actually, Grand Oracle, I started. The stream technically started at about 9:40 something. So yeah, almost an hour ago is when the first stream started. That one died, and then we started another one 21 minutes ago. So yeah, I've actually technically been streaming for an hour. But that's kind of how these things go, I guess. Now, I don't want to do too much of this lighter green because we have to do some freehand type stuff there. Hey there, Rocket. Nice to see you. Happy Friday. So yeah, meets one. I think, well, let's see. This guy here, we've been messing around with him for about 20 minutes-ish. Something like that here. So great to see you there, Rocket. I hope that everything goes very well for you. Just again, put a little bit more of that blue in there. Oh, by the way, along with the other stuff, these arrived. So we actually have our 18-0 liners at last. Still haven't found the other ones. And of course, Grand Oracle, this is what I've been trying to show folks here. This is our usual Perline Black. We shall see how close this is. Now, no idea. In fact, well, I might just try and film a video comparing those two, because it would certainly be easy to set up because, well, I have a lot of these guys ready to go. Now, of course, I've used a bunch of them. We'll see how many are still, these Huskarls are still left. I still have a banner. So yeah, and again, we're going to let that set right before we try and do any freehandy stuff on that, of course. Definitely going to try and let that set for a bit. Now I'm going to try and bring in some much darker stuff here. Some of the Van Dyke Brown Mars Black. Like so. Rocket, that sounds fantastic. That can really, that can be very fun. I haven't really had a chance to do as much of that with all the 3D printed stuff as I originally had hoped to do. I thought I could maybe do much more converting and all that kind of stuff. But it kind of becomes unnecessary once you have as many STL files as we do, right, Grand Oracle? After a while, that starts to become, it's like, well, do I really need to spend all this time converting something when all I need to do is just, well, here's another STL. And that kind of already has the look that I want, so I'll just do that instead. Now here we have to get a little bit of dark going in there. Also, some edges restored there. That's really cool there. That's really cool, Rocket. Again, you want to share that maybe in the chat or whatever? That'd be fantastic. Hey, Asmo. Thanks so much, Esmo. Appreciate that. Oh my goodness. Well, we are looking a little low on that. Again, I'm not super opposed to trying to generate some more of that, of course. That's for sure. Yeah, Grand Oracle. That glorious day when we get to paint all the figs we want for as long as we want, right? Hey, they're Pure Vita. So yeah, about 25 minutes ago, well, more like a half an hour ago, I just restarted the machine, and that might have helped the first go round again because, well, sadly, Xfinity was in the area improving the internet service, which I knew was going to mess things up, and it certainly did. Now, Horns fan, I mean, your retirement dream also might involve seasons tickets and either at the 50-yard line or skybox seats uh, to watch a certain team that wears Auburn. That might also be part of your retirement dream there, Horns fan, right? And then maybe if they do really well in the SEC or whatever, maybe a trip to Atlanta now and then. I'm sure you would hate that, right? What is it? The Mercedes Dome or something like that? Where's my... There he is. So again, you can see the differences here, right? It's really wild to see how fast it is now. I wish I had one of my red flashlights. We'll just use the green one here. Come on, get back on there. Ah, so some of that it gets past, does get past the shield and up on his Mesa. That's good. That actually is going to be very helpful. Oh my goodness, I think we're going to need a refresh on that soon. Yeah, oh, I can imagine, Horns fan. Well, actually, Horns fan. Now, the ballpark in Arlington, did they only play there about 10 years before they said, "Oh, it's too hot here"? No, that's not that was the ballpark in, or was it the All-American Stadium or something like that? But they abandoned that. Now, is that still standing? Did they, or like the Astrodome, or did that get torn down? But I had no idea that I thought they were still playing. And again, it used to be called the ballpark in Arlington. What it's called now, I have no idea. But yeah, that popped up on my Insta feed. I think you can tell kind of a person. Obviously, it shows you what you want to see, I guess. And of course, it shows me all kinds of ballparks, football stadiums. So yeah, that's what the Instagrams show me is different stadiums and kind of their fates and that sort of thing. So the old Arlington Stadium, which is like a bowl, kind of reminds me of the Oakland Coliseum. That's still standing, or maybe parts of it or something. Because yeah, the ballpark in Arlington, I can remember that was built sometime in the 90s. And actually, Horns fan, wasn't it so hot there that the infield was mostly just dirt and they painted it green because they couldn't grow grass? I seem to remember that it was so hot there and so dry, they couldn't grow grass, so they just had green dirt in the infield. And they might as well have been playing on AstroTurf because the ball just went zoom. So basically, you played a double play depth all 9 innings, no matter whether anybody was on base or not. It was just perpetual. Even if there was bases loaded, and 2 outs, you were at double play depth. And let's get some light. A little more there. Teensy more there. So again, just working some of this in. We will probably go one step lighter in a few areas here, but let me throw a, speaking of lighter, let me try some lighter orangey stuff here. Again, on the mask there, not over here, because that's almost certainly in some kind of shadow. Let's see if we can't. No, that would be too much. Here, let's do something like this. A sneaky, cheeky bit of orange here on that spear. There's Pura Vida with all the stuffs. Even the Kathy emote there. Okay, Horns fan, I never heard it called that. That's for sure. Holy smokes, I never heard it called that. Without a doubt. That is news to me. Now, can we... Let's throw a little bit of wood grain in it. So this is... Oh, that's just balsa wood, by the way. That's all this stuff is balsa wood. Coffee stirs. Yeah, we'll leave that set here. Let's try and get this guy. Maybe no. We'll stick with this here. I have somewhere here. So where's that new one? Are you one of my new liner brushes? Nope, you are not one of the new liner brushes. You are not. This one is. So look at that, a genuine short liner brush, as opposed to that Trixie and False one. That's a different color on the handle there. So yeah, Trixie and False here. That's legit right there. So we're gonna try and get this brush conditioned now. It's gonna take a little while to break this one in. Usually happens. But oh wow, that's already. Yeah, you get real spoiled with these things. That's for sure. So Horns fan, here's hoping that all that stuff works out according to plan. I guess, well, Arcticon is coming up down in Australia there with the biggest MESBG, and there's the Invitational and the Open. So there's actually 2 tournaments in one. So there's the Open, which anybody can sign up for, and then there's the Invitational, and that's basically if you win other tournaments around Australia and New Zealand, you are invited to be in this very special kind of champions tournament there. Let me see if I can throw me a little bit of the light here. Let me move these guys out of the way. Get me some of my light over here. And there. Just the vast matte white that we're working with right now. Now, I can only imagine, Horns fan, how pricey those must be. Those cannot be cheap at all. And we're going to try and throw some of this in here. Lighten that up. Bit of it there. That's a little too much. That's what we got a micro blending brush for here. You can just take some of that away. Not all of it, just some of it. Let me see if I can't get me a little bit of light on the edge of that spear. These edges here will come in there with some of our really dark dark. Now I also need to get me a little bit of my lighter skin tone on some of this. Blending brush. There you are. So Valfera, again, like I was saying, that was Xfinity was in the area improving the internet, and we saw just how many improvements that they made. And the crazy thing is, Valfera, like I was saying, that I was uploading videos at record times over the last week or so. And then, I don't know, it was 4 days ago when they kept basically threatening, like, oh, we're going to be in your area doing stuff. As soon as I saw that, I thought, oh man, everything was working really good internet-wise. Now it's not going to work anymore. And sure enough, that's what happened. Because, yeah, the Bambi printer that lost contact with the computers and such overnight. Well, at least in the wee hours of the morning, that must have been somewhere around 6 a.m. or around there. So yeah, they were the mustard bottle, right, Valfera? Actually, Valfera, I have to send you a picture of some of the spices arrived. And one of them, again, I can't even pronounce what the heck it is. And then also the, oh yeah, the black garlic puree, which I'm thinking of putting in some salads for sure. A little touch of that. Hopefully that's going to be yummy. I'm going to try and get some of that here on these metals. Thanks, Pura Vida. And then, of course, well, you can see part of it there because we got the shield there. We're going to toss that design here on his cloak. Well, yeah, right, Horns fan. Those improvements don't come for free, right? Yes, indeed. Man, oh man, really do get spoiled by the liner brushes here. Holy smokes. Really enjoying this again. It's been weeks and weeks, and I still haven't found those. Now, of course, I had no time to even look for them earlier today because everything was all about printing and trying to download and organize files. So, nope, Valfera, these are the ones that I got. So this is the fresh batch that was ordered. It's not like I'm not going to need the other ones, right, Valfera? They're in the house somewhere. So when I find them, hopefully, that will come at a time where maybe I actually need the new batch. When this one has been going through. I mean, I might still even get another batch. Now, I'm very tempted to just get even another batch. Just, well, you never know when shortages arise. There again, some light there. Where's our other guy here? So you can definitely see the differences there. I might stick this guy on another one of these just to make it easier. So we could do a little side by side. So that we can do a little bit of free handy stuff there. Back to my blending brush here. Like this. There we go. Just taking some of that away. Making sure there's no paint on that brush. Take some of that. We'll try and get some more of the Prussian blue up there as well. Here, let me get some of that out of here. Some of the Prussian blue. Maybe a little more. We did this with the other guys too, yeah. And here's some of that Prussian blue on the spear. It's been so long, I don't even remember if the Huskarls have spears I think they do. Now, if you recall, the other thing I was thinking about doing with these is using these for helmingas. I have to read if helmingas actually have shields or not. If they have shields, then I won't use them for helmingas. I also have some other files. Again, this is part of the stuff where I was trying desperately to look at the files that I had and try to reorganize them. In some cases, I just re-downloaded them. Just so I thought, well, at least I know where this is if I've downloaded it again. Era, that is certainly, that's definitely unexpected there. Alright, here, let me just to darken that up, but also again to sharpen that edge. Now, I did print all of the Mongolian terrain, so I printed out 4 of the Mongolian yurts for our Khandish army. So that has been achieved. Sometimes they can be pretty insistent, right, Arid? I've had times where they've said, I think I even said, well, that person doesn't live here. It's like, well, did they live here before you? I said, well, if they did, well, their name would not be that name, because I know who lived here before we did, and that was many moons ago. So, yes, your answer would be no, and just accept it. I've lived here longer than you've been alive. Yes, indeed, Pura Vida. What I was hoping to do is, because we have our 3 kings faction. So what I want to do is actually paint the yurts with the different symbology and different colors of our 3 different kings. Right, so we'll be doing those 3 different color schemes and the 3 different freehand patterns on the yurts. So that should be very fun. Definitely looking forward to that. All right, now let me get this thing here on one of these little Dead Reaper paint jars. Somewheres here we got a little bit of extra blue tack there as well. Yeah, Era, there's been stuff sent to this address and another guy's name for at least the last 20 years. Actually, there's still stuff sent here to the original owner's name, and they haven't lived in this house since 1973. And they're still sending stuff in their name here. So that's only 51 years. Now, okay, we got these lined up. We got this. Now we shall do this. And we got our fabulous liner brush too. All right, can you see both of these? I think you can. I'm just going to try and just in general get this mapped out here. Now there's our wing that we want to have come down here. And then we've got these. So I'm just doing a little jotting down some notes here. We need this. Now that's going to get compressed, right? Because we have this fold over there. So yeah, Valfera, they're starting with the west fold. They'll end up in the Shire, right? And of course, that's what Gandalf was so worried about. Remember, Valfera? He was absolutely terrified. He's like, okay, fine, you can burn down Rohan, but please leave my pipeweed alone. All right, there's. Yeah, then we got a little bit there, and then the beak for our Creebane. Not gonna have the mouth open there. Again, that's the wing. It's going to come down here. Guess we're going to thin that down even a little bit more, maybe. All the way down to there, perhaps. Okay, there we go. There we got our feathers. Now I'll maybe start to add some of our fast matte white to this. And again, this is a brand new brush that we are trying to break in here. Can get a little bit of a hook on that beak. We'll come back and do the darker stuff. Alright, there's the other part of that head. Have that continued down over there, and the kind of the tail. Work in our design here. And here again, that's going to get kind of a compressed because of the fold of that cloak. So let's do here. Let's get it going this way. There. So it's not a hooked beak at the end there, Pura Vida. But the raven beaks, they're not very flat. They have a little bit of a roundness to them. It's almost a bit like a horse's head versus a dog's snout, if that makes any sense to you. There's just that little bit of roundness there. And that's what I'm trying to simulate there. Of course, obviously, this is a stylized design. And of course, we don't want to have it too artisty, right? Because, well, these are Dunlendings here. Even the Rohan art was, shall we say, somewhat simplistic. Alright, there's that. We'll get a little bit more down here. Now we'll start doing some of our darker, again, the perline black here. Is that going to be thinned down enough? Seems that way. Gonna cut off some of the end. There we go. So it's not quite like a seagull beak. You know what? I will interrupt that line up there too. Yeah, let's do that. Now there we're gonna let that set. We're gonna work on some other areas. Again, we'll just let that set there, and it'll be so much easier. Now again, this is the one from last night. So you can see again, we were able to come back in there and add some more light to that. Some of our asphaltum to break this up a little bit. Yeah. Also here. Throw some dark there too. A little bit of our dark under there. Yeah, we'll drag that down just a smidge too. Some of that darker red, sure. Let's take a little bit of this on the scale. No, that's going to be too dark. I'll go back to the orange and red here. Let me try that. That might be... There we go. That is more like what I wanted. And that, of course, makes the firelight all that much lighter. Some there. Let me see what happens. I want to take the fluoro orange here. I think I actually need to get some center in that. And we'll do some of that here. Okay, yep. Nope, a little more thinner. There we are. Okay. And some of that will also go into our wood here, because that got pretty yellow. Not as much of the orange as what we'd like to see. Little more orange. Also here. If it's too much, oh look, we have ourselves a blending brush. There we go. A little bit of orange down there. Okay, so well, let's just let him have a chance to set maybe. As we also welcome in Lion Creative. How you doing there, Lion? Great to see you. Everybody, please give Lion Creative a follow. And of course, like always, I know you have stuff you can share in the chat. You want to do that, please go ahead. Now, we've actually been technically streaming about maybe 70 minutes or so. 70 minutes ago, these had no paint on them. I know you're totally surprised by that, right, Lion Creative? Also, no freehand or anything like that. So yeah, this is what we're doing tonight, continuing what you saw last night. So here's one of them, right there again with some freehands. And here we go. Some luscious eyeball dining here as our Creebane said that, again, like they're making some marshmallows, right? They're using eyeballs like marshmallows there. So that's some very fun little casualties on the bases there. Hey there, Professor Grimm. Nice to see you back. So yeah, this is originally, here we go. They just, again, were just the dark brown primer. And all of this a little over an hour. And Lion Creative, that will happen. You know, sometimes, well, and also it can depend on the miniature too, right? You work on a certain miniature, and it just maybe there's a little something to it, right? That can make it a bit of a challenge. Now we're going to start getting in. There's some of our lighter orange and yellow here. I need to get me a little more opacity in this. So we will, yeah, get a little touch of that in here. Don't want to thin it down too much because that would be a pin line wash. So Lion, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Yeah, Valfera, I think that's why we haven't seen the Weeping Angel. I think the Weeping Angel just can't even fathom the thought, right, Valfera, of being subjected to a torture like that. So yeah, I think that's why we haven't seen the Weeping Angel the last couple of streams here. Well, Lion Creative, again, like I was saying last night, I have basically all of the Sorcerer Kings here. And I will be doing tutorial videos on the Sorcerer Kings. We'll also be painting them here on the stream. So there will be plenty of Sorcerer Kings with plenty of object source lighting because, well, we painted all the chicken riders here on stream, didn't we? Yes, we did. So thank you so much, Pura Vida. Oops. Oh, look at that, Pura Vida. That's looking, oof. That's looking a little short there, right? So thanks, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. Well, Pura Vida, hopefully they can prevent any frustration, right? Because it can be frustrating, for sure. Obviously, you've got a certain visualization of what you want, right? The result that you're looking for. When it's a bit south of those expectations, that can be well, a bit distressing, can it? And we certainly don't want anybody to be feeling that. So yeah, Lion creative. Well, actually, Lion maybe I forget what the infantry unit is. It's basically, well, a bunch of flamey guys. But maybe just try some of the infantry figs there. Like I said, I have the whole shoot match. I've got the heroes. I've got the monster. I've got multiple versions, actually, I think, of the Jin. So much appreciated there, Pure Vita. And again, sorry about the craziness with the stream early on. Like I said, I probably should have just maybe restarted the whole machine here. And I knew something was blinky when, remember, there was no sound early on. At least none of our sounds, and there was no tip jar. Said, there's a disturbance in the force here. All right, so see, that's already starting to change there. Let's see if we can really hit this up with some of our light here. Let me give me a little bit of the Indian yellow down here. So Professor Grimm, I don't think I painted any of the relic blade stuff. I mean, it's possible that I may have and not realized it, but I don't think so. My initial thing would be say I don't think I've actually painted any relic blade stuff, unless I did. But I'm pretty sure I don't think so. I'm trying to get a little. See how that's already starting to get a little bit of a glintiness to it there. Valfira, but I can definitely relate to that. Many times with the 2D art Valfira, when I was working on that, what I ended up with certainly was not, that wasn't what I had in my head, right? That was not the visualization that I had. Again, putting the lightest light again on the metal surfaces, and boy, this changed fast. Where's our here he is, because I mean, just a few minutes ago, that's kind of what he was looking like here, right? Not a whole lot of stuff there. So the Raksha, let's see, I'm gonna just say the Rakasha, because that's easier for me to say. That's not how it's actually written or pronounced, but that's easier for me to say. And actually, Lion, there's I think there's some gaps, right? When you put that flame on his back, I think I'm going to do the same thing I did with the metal Balrog here, because the flames on his back, I used the same thing that I sculpted the flames here. I sculpted a whole bunch of extra flames on him. And something tells me I'm going to have to do the same thing on those. Now, here's one. And again, see the flame sculpted over there? That's what I did on the Balrog, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to do that on that figure too. Because something tells me there's going to be a wee bit of a gap there. Yeah, I could be wrong, but I think there will be. So yeah, I'm not sure which of the units would be for Resin Beast, but one of those units from the Sorcerer Kings is definitely meant for Resin Beast. And we'll see if the big guy is either the big guy or I got a creature caster thing that I'm doing. So yeah, Lion Creative also have to come up with the basing scheme on that, like we were talking about last night. And I would prefer to have something that's A little bit different than what you see. It again, it's always the sand all the time, right? I was thinking that'd be nice to have something a little bit different than just the sand all the time. Now it's a little bit lighter orange here. No, 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 no. We gotta get some of our yellow back into that. Okay, that might be a little better there. Get some of that on these floorboards there. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. That is appreciated. And of course, thanks to everybody that has also subscribed to the Patreon page, because that, well, certainly keeps the roof over the head, which is makes it easier to do streams, even when Xfinity is messing with the internet. Still would be much more difficult if there was no building. Here, I'll get some of our darker red there and there. Because I could add as much light as I wanted to that piece. I wouldn't want to do any good unless there was some more dark added there. And that's a little too much orange way the heck up there. We're going to get rid of some of that. Well, Professor Grimm, we have the perfect substance for the melted snow, that's for sure. It's the stuff that we used on all of our Galadrim elves here. Now, sadly, I don't have my T-3485 with the tank riders, but you can see there's icicles melting there, and that's the neat thing. You could have semi-melted snow. I think one of these. All right, I mean, this is not exactly the thing that I'd be looking for, because again, some of my other stuff is missing, but you can see there's muddy snow. There's more fresh fallen snow there. There's, again, some semi-melted snow, and that's with the crushed glass, of course. So Valfir, I would be... remember the Martells where I was using that kind of... oh, what was that? The... basically Arabian themed texture roller. So yeah, that was the Martells. Not... now, some of them, who knows, maybe we will do... Let me scroll down. There we go. Now, we might do something like that. But the earlier Martells, and we did a whole unit of those, 2 units of those, actually. So Armored Wolf just posted the link again. That is Armored Wolf Productions. That is the replica nature crushed glass snow. There's only one place you can get that, and that is from Armored Wolf. There's nowhere else you can get that. So please go to Armored Wolf Productions and snag that. While you're there, get like 10 dice bags, because again, Armored Wolf. This whole notion that he's going to maybe sleep or something like that, we need to prevent that at all costs. And the easiest way to do that is to make sure he's working on dice bags 24 hours a day, every day. So Lion Creative, that's just a primer color. That's just a brushed on primer. I mixed the terracotta and the black together. And Lion Creative, if you check out some of the tutorial vids, especially the rebuilding the old world, we actually kind of go in and we talk about, again, the whole idea of the darker primer is for areas where it's going to be too difficult to try and get anything in there to do something with the pre-glaze, or the miniature's too fragile, like this one here. So this one had, again, that same homemade dark brown primer that I just brushed on, and then we did the dry brush stuff over the top of it. And that's what we did here. We did it with the oh gosh, what are those, the filbert brushes, like always. So yeah, see that we got a little temperature difference that's starting to happen there now. Now at the end, a little bit here, I think I might try to do a bit of a restock. on my medicine there, because we're all out of medicine. That's a very sad thing to be out of medicine, that's for sure. Some Prussian blue up here, because again, there's no fire up there. See, I see a change in the color temperature on that. And of course, this is the easy peasy thing about the oils, right? We can literally blend that blue with the orange. That is very sweet. Now, hashtag no layers with the oils. That's the other thing, is there are no layers. We just plop this lighter color on there, and then we just let that mix. We're not doing one layer at a time or something like that. Now, really no point in doing something like that. That's again, that's maybe what the acrylics do well. We wanna focus on what the oils do well, of course. Prussian blue and some of the. This is not our lightest blue-gray either, but we're gonna get some of that in here. Over here too. Blending brush. Fine, we'll just use this. Again, hashtag no layers. We're just going to take that and we're just going to push all that together. Something it's a little bit lighter here now. Catch a little edge there, and then certainly some of the edge here. Also, a little bit of the edge there. So that's there's some metals really, really quick for you right there. Hashtag no layers. Hashtag don't blink. If you blink, you will miss something for sure. Let me see. Yeah, here, let me get some of that up here. This is here a little bit more of that Mars yellow deep. Not looking to do that on his hair, but on this and on the helmet, and then also on the just a little touch of that on the fur here. And then we'll have to get back into this with some of our freehand design, like we did on the other guy. And we'll do this again. Oh yeah, let's get this. That's not actually armor there, it's just, well, some kind of leather or whatever. Not sure exactly what that is supposed to be. We need a little something lighter there. It can't all just be dark there. Blending brush again. This is where we save a bunch of time, especially in areas like this that are hard to reach, right? All I do is to just shove some of that lighter color in there. Took the blending brush and let that do some stuff. That's all it took. Now, I might have to come back up in here with some more of the dark there too, but for now I'm just going to do that. Try and lighten you up a little here. So that's a little bit of our fast matte with that, well, basically much more intense version of yellow ochre. Lighten this up now. Some of that over here. Now don't too far into the shadow area. Now I gotta figure out what we are doing with this here. Let me get back into our fast matte white here. Just start breaking this down a little. Also might have to do a bit more with our perline black on the shield here. So the perline black, and it's got a little bit of our ice blue mixed in. there. This way too. Not necessarily looking to make it super pristine. Because again, these are Dunlending Husker. I mean, even the Rohan guys, there would be some dings and dents, I'm sure, on their shields as well. And they are just wooden, so... let's see. So I think that's your phone screen there, Velferic, because it's all just orange there. Because you can see the lighting here was blocked by the shield. And here, this is going up towards his face there. Now, we will be, again, toning some of that down once we reach there. But yeah, that's a little matter of the... We're going to get some of that Mars yellow deep into this. That would just be the object source lighting there. Where that is reaching up to his face because there's no shield literally blocking that like the other guy. And again, hashtag no layers. Look at that. That just happened right quick. We will take this micro blending brush here and just do a little bit of tap, tap, tap like so. So yeah, no sepia tone, just object source lighting. More of our green there. Not so much here. We're actually going to have to darken that up, if anything. Because, yeah, we need to darken that down. Thank you so much, Mr. Deadly Squirrel. I appreciate that. It's like, so, looks like you're handing it off to the Rohan guys here. It's like, yeah, we're beating up on the Strawheads right now. Well, that's cool. You go ahead and do that. Don't worry about the Shire. It's like, whoa, wait, what do you mean the Shire? It's like, oh, nothing. There's nothing there. It's like, wait, that's where all the pipeweed is, right? It's like, maybe. It's like, that's right. We're supposed to be the drug enforcement agents of Middle Earth, so we're going to hit that next. Shouldn't open my mouth. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Mr. Deadly Squirrel. We shall see what this also yields here. Uh-oh. So Gandalf did roll a 1 because he just opened his mouth. Yeah, so Gandalf just rolled a 1 right there. Yes, indeed. That was Gandalf doing a bit of an unwise thing. He should have just kept his mouth shut there. He's got himself a little bit of a problem now. Didn't know that the Dunlendings were the drug enforcement agents of Middle Earth, did you? Probably also didn't know that that Elrond is also the mob boss of Middle Earth. He kind of fixes things. Let me see if I can get me a little bit of this Prussian blue mixed with that dark, and that's going to go up there for some shadows, like we do. This needs a little reinforcement of the shadows there. Where's our... So again, this is our first guy here. And of course we have to do that freehand. Speaking of some dry brushy stuff, let me try this brush here. Some of our perline black, a little touch of this. Do a little dry brushy stuff there, and a little bit there, and then a little bit down there. So again, you can see that happens really, really quick, right? Just not using a whole bunch of colors and very little paint, right? This is just basically just a dry brush here. There's very little paint on that, yet you can see covers that just fine, doesn't it? Now we're going to let that set there for a bit. So Grand Oracle and Vale Ferris say maybe it's the Dunlending, the Dunlend Enforcement Association. I could certainly see that. Let me grab this again here. Some indigo, maybe. Maybe break that down a little bit. There we go. Okay, that armor just needed to get a little bit separation. Same over here. We have that red there. We need something that is not red. There we go. Have to bring some of our lighter blue and then some of the lighter horizon color in that. Now here we're going to chuck a little bit of the red into this so that we can do this. Take that blending brush here. A little bit of tap, 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 and you can see we didn't paint a layer over it, we just sort of integrated what we just did there. And that was just, we integrated those together. We need to get rid of some of this orange that's over here. We'll get rid of that and we'll put some of our green in its place. Yeah, okay. So say we darken down his shoulder there. See if we can collect a few little edges here on the whatever's on the shield there. So again, well, we got more of these to paint, so I will try and figure out. They're not Kurzlook like I originally thought they were. So these are not from Kurzlook. I have to figure out, well, who makes these here. So that would be the ice blue mixed with a little bit of the green. And then, of course, even the designs themselves are mostly ice blue. Oh, boy. Oh, yeah. See, Sarge, look at that. That is the last drop. We got to go refresh that. So, Sarge, great to see you. Actually, Sarge, hopefully, well, you'll get a kick out of this, Sarge. Xfinity was here improving the internet, and you can only imagine what that actually did. This is actually a restarted stream. So I know, we deal with the cable and not being deep enough and everything else. I just thought that you would be able to commiserate with that because you've had to live with that misery of the improvements. So yeah, I thought you might get a little bit of a kick out of that. I'm going to get a little more dark down there. Also not necessarily the blue. There. So welcome in there, Sarge. Sarge, if you want to post your emissary or your harbinger of decay, and of course I know you've got your newer one, your cavalier that you've been working on. Just trying to get me a little bit of the green in there, just a little something. Yeah, because I'm not lit by the fire over there now, is it? Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to very quickly try to refresh our medicine there. Now here's that way you can, let me move it this way. So yeah, that's kind of our fire as it was, and this is where we're going to, and we're going to start doing our freehand design out here. We still have more to do on that, but remember, we're letting that set too. So I shall return here. Don't go anywhere. We shall be right back. So hey there, Hero Zone. How you doing? Everybody, please give Hero Zone a follow. So Hero Zone, I hope that you're doing really well. I'm sure you had a blast on stream. This is what we've been painting tonight. So about 2 hours ago, these guys had no paint on them at all. They look just like this. Just a dark brown brushed on primer. That's it. So no object source letting, no freehand. And we're just about to get into the freehand on this guy right here. So everybody, please give Hero Zone a follow. Of course, Hero Zone, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go right ahead. This is what we were working on the last night's stream. So more Dunlendings and also some Creebane here. These are all 3D printed, by the way. So we took Make It Epic basing bits, a Medbury Casualty, and then some printed Ravens right there. Thank you so much, This Mechanic Games. Appreciate that. Here's another one again, Medbury Casualty, Make It Epic Tree, and then some 3D printed birdies, because that's what you do. And look at this, we did get a little bit of a refresh there. So thank you so much, This Mechanic Games. That's 19 months worth. So everybody, please give Hero Zone a follow and also check out the Instagram link that Hero Zone just shared. So again, these are all 3D printed and they join our Dunlending and Wolves of Isengard armies. Right there, we got some wargs that we're also going to be painting. So yes, we've had a blast with those. And here's, we'll be doing these guys tomorrow. We're going to do some wargs there. So we have Velferits, the Blackberry Ginger Ale, and the rum, of course. So again, everybody, please check out that link that Hero Zone just shared. So Hero Zone, great to see you, and of course, thanks for the raid. We were restocking our supplies, so to speak, when you raided there. So thank you so much for everyone for your patience and sticking around. We have a whole bunch of these. We did a massive basing video. I think I did 24 in the video. I actually based about 30 some odd figures, almost 35 miniatures or something like that. Again, wargs, the Creebane, all that good stuff. You know what, I'm going to darken that too. And maybe a little bit darker on the beard too. Alright. So yeah, we'll get to the, gonna get to some of the freehand on the other one. I'm gonna try and put the lighter stuff on here first though. So yeah, sorry about that, Hero Zone. So This Mechanic Games, well, we managed to make it through Adepticon, and then we just did last weekend Little Wars. Little Wars was fantastic because we got a chance to finally do some of our historical stuff for the first time in, well, 5 years. It's another one of those things where I haven't been here or done this or seen these folks in 5 years. Let's see what else though. We did manage to get some fabulous prizes there in the painting contest. Our Skink Priest Bobo, he won the single. Our Galadrim Elves won the unit, and then our T-3485, which I still actually have packed up. That that was the thing that won the Open. Now we got a bunch of these from Warlord Games. So I basically have all of the Slanya stuff. So we did, remember, a couple of streams of Slanya stuff there. So Velfira, unfortunately, you'll have to, if you wouldn't mind repeating which video that you're asking about there. That was a few questions ago, and I'm not quite sure what that would be pertaining to, if you don't mind. Sorry about that. I'm going to lighten this up a touch with just our ambient light there, and also we need to get some light on this edge too. We need a little bit of reflected light there. So sorry about that, Disc Mechanic Games. That's that just kind of chaos. You can't anticipate that necessarily, right? This Mechanic Games, sort of just sometimes it just comes out of nowhere and nabs you. So yeah, Valfira, that was it's the latest one that I just posted to the Patreon page. Oh, either yesterday, I think it was yesterday I posted that one. So definitely check that out. And yeah, there was quite a bit of quite a few miniatures in that one. Holy smokes! Let me see if I can't get a little light on his hair. Again, that's just the same white that I'm using down there, but I'm letting it mix with the color that's already on the hair, that darker stuff. And then, of course, remember we have to let these things set sometime. Now here we're gonna make sure. I think I could maybe get a little bit lighter in there. Same thing on that edge. Oh yeah, definitely can get a little lighter there. Also here. Now where's our new guy here? Well, now this is going to have to almost start up here. Now there's not quite as much smushing of the design here. Now again, this is the nifty thing about the oils, right? We can just erase that. That did not go in the direction that I wanted. So I said, okay, I'll just erase that. And this is where we essentially take shapes that are relatively simple and try to make something a little more complex out of it. So this Mechanic Games, now hopefully, let's see, maybe you kind of maybe saw that coming, or you had been looking for other things, so maybe there was a little bit of a backup plan instead of just kind of starting from total scratch there. Let me get this position that way. There's his beak. Now the wing that's going to come down here. And again, sometimes the design is going to be altered a little bit by the way the cloak is folded or whatever, the undulations there. Oh, thanks, Velfira. Appreciate that. That is super handy. Thank you so much. Yeah, Velfira, we've almost raced our way through that latest thing of 4 spools from the Elegoo PLA. I'll send you pictures of the that mud brick wall that I was printing out. I think that's going to be a really fabulous series of videos. Holy smokes. I don't know if I'll be able to paint some of that on stream, but I think it's something I can do in a series of videos. I don't know, maybe we'll see if we can try to paint that on stream. Okay, let me see if we can get him a little bit of a footsie there. So thanks, Velfira. That certainly does help a whole bunch. Now let me see if I can find it here. 1 second. Nope, that's not it. Come on. Nope, that is not. There we go. So this is that one spot. Okay, so it is spirulina. Spirulina superfood sea salt. And again, Kathy's sister, well, she's a chef, and she recommended a couple of superfoods. And of course, Velfira, That's something that maybe we can toss into a slow cooker or maybe the air fryer. Either way, it sounds good to me. Let me get some of this going this way here. So much appreciated there, Velfer. That is, again, that's going to help a whole bunch for sure. Oh yeah, well, okay, that's a little too much thinner in there. Where's the? Oh, here's one of the wargs. So very simple stuff. Again, now I've found these casualties again. I have to print these again, but smaller. I want to say in the neighborhood of about 15% smaller, at least 10, but maybe 15% smaller. That's actually you just reminded me, Valfer. I need to get me some more of our actual resin. Yeah, we've been doing so much with the PLA, but we want to make. There's a whole bunch of printing that has to be done, so I think I might want to secure some of our resin also. So a little something in the hair again to lighten that up. Let's take our blending brush to that like so. Now, Velfira, and actually there's like a Warwick champion that was one of the things I had the file. I hadn't had a chance to download it yet, but now that is downloaded. That's another one that I wanted to print. It's like the Warwick chieftain. I believe I don't know if it's only Angmar, but I think it's the Angmar army that has the Warwick chieftain. Because well, there's several armies that have wargs. There's the obviously Mordor, Isengard, Angmar. Those all have wargs of certain types. There's also, I think, there's dire wargs, and then there's also like these ethereal wargs. So yeah, at some point we might be painting glowy wargs. Hey there, Fido. Nice to see you again. Happy Friday to you. And again, Hero Zone. I hope that things are have certainly improved for you, and that they're all going much better. Let's see. Oh, the other thing I was downloading, Velfair, was some more of the Nazgul. Those are the specialty ones, and they're on the Fell Beasts. So things like the Betrayer, the Dark Marshal, the Undying, the Dwemer, like all of those on the specialty of Nazgul and Fell Beasts. You see, that might be able to get a little bit more of our latest light here. Let me try some of this here. So Fido, glad to see you back. I hope that everything is at least relatively calm, relatively okay, or fabulous. Sometimes there's a bit of mayhem in Monday, right? This mechanic games and well, and same thing, right, Velfira? Sometimes there's a wee bit too much Monday. Once again, blending brush here. Taking the edge off of some of that. You can see the eye is much smaller than it was before. Let me see if I can get some darks in here. Mostly just working on these edges. Some indigo, a little bit of the violet there. Cut down a little bit more of that light for the eye. here's hoping that you'll certainly be able to do that. And actually, Velfira, I don't know if you had a chance to post your dragon or not. Well, I mean, you have other things on the instas there besides the dragon, but if you wanted to post that, that'd be fabulous. Thanks, Fido. It's something that it really does help set a theme for an army, especially something like this, where it's all about Rohan in flames. Here, let me do a little bit of this, and now we're going to get the knuckles there. Where's the one from yesterday? Here's our stuff from yesterday. Again, some of the fabulous Crebanes, and actually, Velfira, the hot glue really made this possible. And that's another reason why I haven't tried this yet, because it would require green stuff and super glue and everything else. But yeah, the hot glue really does make short work of this. And again, there's another one with also some of the freehand on there too. Black, a little bit of the red. Trying to find actually some minute little cast shadows. Let's do some cast shadows here. That also needs a cast shadow, right? Yeah, see? Cast shadow there. Same thing on that sword. So that shouldn't have any orange on it over there. We're going to have to get some of our blue over there. So we're getting back to our Rohan casualty here. We also got to do some stuff on that, on his belt and the little pouch. You know what? We have been doing this, ironically enough, kind of going more towards this crazy violet color. Yes, we've been using violet on our leathers. Not brown. Actually using violet. So Velfira, it works especially because you got disparate surfaces. You've got the what is that? The balsa wood. We've got the printing resin, and well, in some cases, maybe some tree bark. So yeah, there's sometimes we have some really wild different surfaces, and it kind of helps those to adhere together. That's for sure. Now again, we're talking about more of the blue. It's kind of a bluish gray there. We just need to get that off of the red here. Same over there. So again, just trying to get a little bit of blue-ishness into this. Alright, now we'll try. This is the not radiant indigo. So Velfira, I think actually Landrast, right? I think it was Landrast that sort of put the idea in my head with the hot glue. Especially for the videos. I mean, if I'm just doing it just to do it, maybe the old super glue method is okay, but boy, for videos, that is really a big deal. It really helps a ton. Because otherwise, things have a tendency to maybe fall apart a little bit. Because, well, we're working in a compressed time frame on the videos. And yes, the latest tutorial video on the Patreon page went up, I believe, yesterday. Well, now 2 days ago, because now it's the 27th. Let me do this. So I guess I'll have to see if I can't maybe try to at least record part of a video tomorrow. And I might just to get, in the interest of getting that thing done, I might try out that perline black possible substitute there, especially since, well, we have the miniatures for it. Again, hashtag no layers. I'm just going to throw some of that lighter color into the green there, also into what is ostensibly a skin tone over here. Let it mix with the orange we threw in there. Get back over here to some of that crazy violet color. That will also mix in there. Gonna do some of that over here. And then this over here, we got to figure out what are we doing with that. I'm gonna maybe try something lighter, and then we'll cut down the thicker light colors with some thin darks. But I think we just have to kind of do things this way first. Yeah, we'll just have to do it this way first, and then we'll cut in some darks there. That really doesn't need to be that light. So we're going to take our dark color here. And this is the stuff I was talking about doing on the other side. Just again, cutting into that with some of the dark here. Like that. More of that darker red on this. I was just about to call it a shield boss, but that's not what that is. I think I'll maybe get a little more dark on that beard. No. I'm going to maybe stick with the orange there on his mustache. Also his little snoot right there. So something like that. Okay, we got our light there. Now, where is my... here he is. So again, that's another one of our guys. We'll get to him. So I think we've been doing this, I want to say about 2 hours, 10 minutes tops. Maybe. It's hard to calculate because well, let me see. We started our stream at about 9:40. So yes, somewhere in that neighborhood. That's a little too much yellow. I'm going to get some of the orange in there. A little bit of that here. That's too much of a line. Now on this top part, going to get rid of some of that orange and do like what we did to the shield boss. There we go. Okay, now we've got the blue in there. Also, that's going to get some, because no fire over there. This should be an interesting Velfer. I'll try to see if I can get, well, I'll be able to get 2. I'll try to get 2 in the scene together, and maybe, well, it's a good thing we still have one that doesn't really have the source lighting on there, right? Because that might be interesting as a bit of a comparison there. So let's see if we can get that one next to one of these guys. Okay, oh, there we go. Yeah, that's good. Should be interesting to see just like this, what happens with our film noir. Zoink. I mean, even with the obvious thing sitting right here, it almost still goes away. It's really weird. Now, where's our third guy here? Okay. No, I think this one's closer to it. Yeah, okay. Wow, oh, look at this, Velfera. You can see, though, some of the crispness here that we don't have over here. We have some of the light. It's not all that much lighter, but there's that crispness. Remember, we go back in with the darks and we kind of restore those edges. I'm going to be doing that in here, right, on his little belt buckle thing there. But yeah, look at that. That kind of shows the sharpness. It's almost like this guy's out of focus, and that one's just more in focus. And actually, Valfera, check this out. Remember you were talking about the sepia tone? This guy almost feels like he's more sepia tone, and this guy feels more like a straight up neutral black and white. I don't know if it maybe it's just the enhanced darks here, but it does look like these have color to them. That's pretty wild, right, Valfera? So yeah, Arda Michael basically restarted the machine, which remember I was saying I had to restart the bamboo printer earlier. I had basically had to unplug it and start it again so that it would be recognized by the computer, so that I could actually have the computer send it files so that it could print. And that's probably what I should have done here, because you weren't here in the very beginning when there was all kinds of wacky stuff where this jar wasn't over there and I wasn't getting any of my sounds. So I just kind of had a feeling even then it's like, uh-oh, there's going to be a disturbance in the force for sure. So it's always crazy to see that, but that's kind of a first time I've ever seen something like that, Velfera, I have to say. And we've done a lot of film noir, haven't we? I don't know if I've ever seen something just, I mean, maybe we've seen something kind of like that. But I don't know, Vel. I mean, you've seen an awful lot of film noirs. Have we ever seen something like that? I don't think so. In which case, that's pretty nifty, and we also then have to figure out what in the world was going on there. What led to that difference in the appearance? Was it just again the darks? Ooh, actually, that orange should not be over there. We need to get some of the. Well, okay, that's going to be some green. That's okay. That is okay. Now let's get some light into that here. That's actually kind of a super light green that I've got going on right now. Hey there, Green Fairy Studios. Well, it's a happy Saturday here now. But for all you West Coasters out there, it is still Friday. So happy Friday there, Green Fairy. And of course, Green Fairy, if you want to share any of the stuff you've been doing in the chat, please go ahead. Oh yeah, oh yes, yes, share your Carnival stuff there, Green Fairy. I know you've been working on a bunch of that, and I have seen it, well, either on the Facebooks or on the Instas or both. Boy, Green Fairy, I have not had a chance to mess around with the Proxon yet. Thank goodness that we can just kind of do our 3D printing, which is at least, oh, shall we say, the non-customized stuff. Obviously, the Proxon will be able to do stuff exactly the way we want it. Right now, it's kind of like, well, at least it's a general piece of terrain, and I can use it for photography and such. And now, Green Fairy, I'm sure I already asked you if you have any of the Shifting Lands guides, those MDF guides. I have several just really generic basic ones, you know, arches, windows, nothing super fancy. So you see that? Now we have some shading here to the freehand, right? Because we let that mix, right? That was what we want to do, is to let that mix. Here, let's get his little talons there. We'll come back into that with some of our darker green, I think. That's good there, Green Fairy Studios. Sometimes the videos, they don't necessarily show the info that I hope there would be. And of course, well, you've got the speed ramping, I think, that goes on sometimes as well. But boy, oh boy, he must have many, many, many dozens of guides. And again, that's shifting lands. So if you have a Proxon and you say, boy, I really wish I could cut pillars and archways and windows a whole lot easier, get the check out shifting lands, not shifting sands, but shifting lands. And of course, well, the other thing too, Green Fairy, he can get foam that we can't necessarily get here. And it has that very distinct sound to it, doesn't it, Green Fairy? When he's messing around with the pieces. That is one very distinct sound for sure. Okay, yeah, we're just again cleaning up a little bit of our free handy stuff there. What's happening back there? Let me try some of this Prussian blue in there. We'll have to try and get some of our lighter gold color or something in here. That's about Indian yellow and maybe some of this. That's a very intense gold color. So yeah, I could say, I think Green Fairy Studios, can he get 4-inch thick foam up there or out there? Yeah, I think he can actually get himself 4-inch thick foam. I don't even know if we can get 2.5-inch foam anymore. I used to, I think I remember seeing, I remember even seeing 3-inch. Of course, that would be very pricey. Again, yeah, let's go back over here again. Some of our yellow here. Also here again on the side of his helmet. Now maybe some skin tone stuff. So some of this, a little bit of the violet here. So yeah, Green Fairy, if you wanted to share your carnival stuff there, that'd be sensational. Not too late. Blending brush to the rescue, like always. I know, I'll go a little bit lighter than this, and then otherwise I might come back with some dark under the nose here if we feel like I need to. His lower lip there. Might remove some of the glow that's there. Well, I'm glad that you've been able to mess with that Proxon there, Green Fairy. I'm sure that has to be a lot of fun playing around with that. Here, the sharpen up that line. This is another set of lines I was looking to get a little bit sharper, a little bit tighter over here. Same there. I think I can work in some dark there too. Yeah, okay, what about this stuff? And then on the sealer, these individual boards, tempted to throw some more light on these boards. Let's see what happens. Let me see what happens here. That's going to be the Perline Black. Whoops, too much of that. Now let me go after the edges of these first, and I'm hoping that our liner brush also makes that task a little easier, which it does. But I tell you, Velfira, I've really been missing these liner brushes. I mean, to the point, it's actually kind of affected the filming schedule a little bit because I really need these for some of the videos that I wanted to film. So getting these, I was just kind of no choice. Had to just get some of these. Now, what about this here? Yeah, I'm going to get me some of the asphaltums, some of the that Mars Yellow Deep, basically our yellow ochre. That'll go on to these wrappings here. Maybe a little something on his boots there, almost like it was some kind of mud or whatever. And again, this was well, a whole bunch of these figures, dozens of them, literally dozens of them I did in a basing video for the Patreon page, which just went up on the 25th. I'm just going to try and... There we go. So it's looking down at him here. Just like our other guys in Terror, we're kind of looking up at those Creebane. Now we have much more of that coming, right? When we do this, he's going to be looking over there at that. That's going to be really interesting look on his face for sure. I should probably just get a little bit of dark under that. Oh, what about this thing here? You know, maybe not quite so much of that orange there. We'll take some of this. That's the scarlet. Yeah, cut down on that. It's a little too much light all the way up there. Yeah, much better. And that will darken that down a smidge. Not as much of the yellow up there either. This is some of that same almost kind of violet skin tone stuff that we did, if you recall, on those Celtic figures. So yeah, so that same sort of almost a bit of a hint of violet there. Prussian blue. Almost going to dry brush some of that in there. And some of that Prussian blue. Yeah, and now here we need some edges tighten up like we did else. Remember what our film noir showed. Because that part of his helmet needs to be separated, so does that. And that part of the sword. Also that axe handle. Gonna change that a little bit. Alright, what do we got going on over here? Might throw a little bit orange into that too, but we'll see. Alright, now where's our third guy here? Let's start to do a similar thing with him. We're going to take some of that, again, the red, the darker stuff here. Do some edge, sharpening up some edges there. I might take some of this against some of our orange, a little bit of the floral orange in there too. And now let's get some of our lighter oranges into this. So again, Greenford, thanks for joining me here. Been working on not one, not two, but three guys. I do believe tomorrow we break out some wargs. I've got I got three wargs and a horsey primed. So yeah, that's one of these. Another one of our Dunlendings and a horsey there. Hey there, Landrast. Yeah, sorry. I restarted the machine, and it did come right back, and it has been stable ever since. So that's pretty much what I just needed to do, is restart everything here, which is kind of stupid, but I guess that's how it is. A little bit of the lighter orange there. Some of it here on his face, the beard, and we can still make that lighter too for sure. We need to actually lighten these floorboards a little bit. We could even maybe do a bit of a shadow over here. More towards the orange though if we're going to do that. So yeah, again, here we're going to make a shadow on this. Blending brush. There. I might take, where's one of my, okay, I thought I actually had cleaned that one off already. So yeah, Fido, I had to unplug the printer and plug that back in just to get the bamboo to be acknowledged by the computer. It was just all kinds of crazy. And then there's me shadow. There we go. As you can see, we're starting to establish a little bit of a shadow here, cast by him. I think we pretty much have our soot there on that wall. So again, the glow really starts to take shape in a hurry here, doesn't it? And again, for the last 4 days, at least, all week long, I've been getting these, well, we're going to be doing service in your area. You might experience outages or whatever. I got those Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I was getting those every single day. A little more of the orange there, some of it here. Some of that on the axe handle. Then definitely got to get some here on the axe blade, because, well, that's metal. Nope, not over there. Maybe even up there. That could be too much all the way up there also. I think I need me some thinner into this. Let me also try to make that. Oof, okay, that got real thick really quick. Okay. We need to lighten up that board that's closest to this. There's some of my fast matte white. We're gonna try and go really light here in the flames, like that. Down over there, and certainly down here too, because we actually have more flames over there. And again, the whole way we do this is just take the heavy gloss gel. It's the same stuff we use for water effects, the same stuff we use for waterfalls, for icicles. It's quite literally the universal medium. I actually sculpt fur with it. See, on a miniature where there's some kind of big gap or mold line or whatever that runs through the fur or hair. I've also, oh yeah, that's right, for our Rohan buildings, we sculpted thatch roofs with it. Again, I've got to get all my tanks back out here so that I can show those icicle effects, because that's super handy. Alright, get a little bit more of the orange here. Maybe on his foot there. So that is very quickly elevated our light source there. And then we're going to work on some of the not object source lit stuff in a sec here. No, that'd be too much of the yellow here. Let me get some of the orange down there. And that would be on one of our Rohan buildings here. So again, our whole Dunlending's army. Again, Wolves of Isengard, Dunlendings. You can see him setting fire to Rohan right there. And where's my buildings here? Whoop, I think I already scrolled past them a little bit too far here. You can see there on the roof. So that is the heavy gloss gel there. And when it's painted, oh look, it looks like thatching. No stupid stuffed animal fur and glue and all the other kind of crazy stuff like that. Don't need to do that. That'll save you a lot of misery right there, I think. That is a whole bunch of work that you do not have to do. I'm gonna get some more of my some of my red there, perline red mixed with, well, some darker stuff. Now again, this is from Kurzlook. The Huskarl figures, those are not. I just kind of learned that earlier today as I was desperately trying to reload and download new files and reorganize things. I did that for hours today. Now we need to get. That is way too much paint there. I could just see that pile up on there. Because we need to get the little fur on his helmet here. Prussian blue. On his helmet here. And that, see, that's a little color differential there. Color temperature. Take our blending brush here, and then we'll mix all this stuff together. Let it blend with what's already here. I mean, that's literally just a stone axe that he's got here. Okay, there's some of our perline black and the ice blue mixed together. Hashtag no layers. We'll be coming back with some more of our darks. Now let's do, we can do a little bit of a tattoo type of thing like what we did there. We've done that on some of our other Dunlendings. But first, Terra Rosa. We will also let that mix. Blending brush again. Nope, that's not our blending brush. This one is. And that's some of just our original dry brush that we put on there close to 3 hours ago. Hit it again. Now we'll throw some of our light into this. And let me get a little bit of our perline red into this. All right, there we go. So kind of that's our mid tone there. Ooh, let me see. Where's this? Okay, there's his nose. Elbow. Shoulder. Another round lighter. And again, we're just going to let this, I'm just going to let that mix with what is there. Hashtag no layers. No sense in doing that. That's, again, the oils, what they do is this. They do this very well. Layers, that's kind of an acrylic thing, so save that for the acrylics. Let each medium do what it does really well. You know what, that is all pretty much looks like supposed to be fur there, so let's hit that with some cooler, lighter stuff there too. Is there any, yeah, that's also some more fur over there. I'm going to reach down here for some of the, that's the Mars Yellow Deep. Get some of that on his hair. Yeah, the wrappings here, a little bit on his boot there. Maybe I can take our blending brush again. Put some of this together. If I'm going to do the tattoo stuff on there, I don't want to pile up a whole bunch of paint right there. That's not a grand idea. I will throw a little bit more of my dark in there, and then we'll come back with some of the some more, almost like a highlight sort of a thing here in a few places. But that probably here, this the edge of his cloak there, just gonna do some sharpening. And remember that other the Huscarl guy, when we did the black and white film noir, you could, it almost looked like it was a different color. That's how sharp we had all the light. This one almost looked like he was out of focus, if you recall. Now here I just want to get what looks like a line of a board here. Do some of that over here. Now, I'll take me some of the green there. And that's also, well, that's kind of how wood gets stained a little bit. There we go. And that is also mixing with some of our other wet paint there. Also, do want to encourage something that looks like maybe that's been scorched up there. Can I get lighter with my perline black, or do I need to go in the other direction? When in doubt, make things darker. And I don't know, I might do both. I also have to, I see there's a little bit of a belt right there. That would also be a nice little extra touch of contrast right there. Terra Rosa, some of that Mars Yellow Deep. And That will go into his hair, I think, a little bit. No, shouldn't be putting the orange there. We should get some of our blue up there. Ooh, hopefully that is not too light. Okay, there we go. So yeah, just trying to again get the some of that cooler blue where we can. That's not his hair, that is the fur. Alright, this is where I think we're going to take the perline black, mix it with the Van Dyke brown, and see what we can do there. Actually, oh yeah, we need some skin tone over there, I guess. Huh. Alright. Good to know. Hopefully that's a little bit more of the dark on the brush than I originally wanted. We'll roll with it. That maybe I'll cut down a bit on the flame stuff there. I'll get looking to sharpen some of these lines, some of these edges. Maybe even darken that down a little. Oh, okay, so that is further. All right, so we'll mess around with that in a bit. First, though, let me do some of that here. Now we're gonna take that Prussian blue. This will be very, very simple here. Nothing complex about this. We don't want that to end up being a pin line wash, so we want to make sure it's just thick enough, but thin enough to flow very easily. Also looking to make sure there's no funky little do thingies on the end of the brush there. And I can see a little something there. I'm just going to take my paper towel and just get rid of everything that's on there. And we will try this again. That seems a little better. And boy, it's certainly a lot easier to do this with a liner brush than with the little spotter brushes. I'll be glad to get back to the Slanya stuff. Again, with all the woad and tattoos we gotta do on them. Doing it with one of these. So I get a little bit of a little spiral here, keeping this very, very easy. Nothing terribly complex about this. And maybe let that connect to another part of the design there. Maybe even do a little more right there. Okay, so we have that little bit of a spiral circular thing going on. I'm gonna see if I can get some more really light stuff on the helmet here. No, that's way too thick. Let's cut that down some more. Also, maybe on this some of the fur lining on there too. Maybe a little bit more of the light on this fur there. so we got some light there. What about this? I don't want to go too much on that. That is in shadow. I want to make sure we leave that in shadow. I'm gonna try and get some light here on these on the wrappings on his leg there. His nose. Let me go back. Get some of the perline red. We put some of the dark in there. Okay, there we go. Now we're gonna need to give him a lower lip there. And then something with the beard, and then I think I might try to... I'm not really sure what that is, if that's a tusk or whatever. I did print out that Celtic round, actually, well, the big Celtic roundhouse and then some of the smaller ones. That I was going to go with that for my Dunlending terrain. And I also do have a kind of a more primitive looking Viking longhouse and another little Viking house. I thought we'd use those for some of the, well, kind of like your Huscarl headquarters, so to speak. Alright, there's the asphaltum. Some of the that brown there that we made with the asphaltum, and our Mars yellow deep, yellow something in there. So that's actually got a little bit of the green in it. Might try some a little lighter here, and let me get some of that in here. Almost maybe a little bit of wood grain, even though it's actual wood. It's balsa wood. Okay. I know in some of these we even did a little bit of, here we go. So this is one that we painted on stream a while back, but you can see we've got some of the knotwork in there, Rohan style. And then here's another one of our flat panel, just the same thing like we did here. Now I'm going to try and get some of my lightest orangey yellows on the wood over there, maybe even on him. I think we can go a touch lighter here. Let me see what that does. Better thin that down as well. Oh yeah, that's lighter. Okay. That is definitely lighter. Now let me see if I can, right here, that's the edge of the board that would get caught by the firelight. Alright, that worked. Maybe carry this down a little further. A little more of our orange there, or yellow, sorry. Well, yellowish orange. Now, I know we've tried very much here to prove that object source lighting, because there's the whole, well, you can't do object source lighting on a whole army. That's not going to work. And I say, actually, if you want your army to take less time to paint, do source lighting on everybody. And I can say for sure the ones that didn't have the source lighting on them, they have taken longer to paint. And you say, well, how in the world does that happen? Well, first we begin right with the object source lighting. So we are starting with that, not ending with it. Which means there's a whole bunch of the miniature that, well, is orange. Fastest army to paint would be to have a light source here and then another one on the back. You know, say one is One's yellow and one's blue, or one's orange and one's green, or whatever. Well, like this thing, right? If you would have multiple light sources there, then you almost wouldn't have to paint any colors other than just, well, the source lighting. Be a real surprise at how much time that'll save you. Again, just trying to get the lightest light on some of the edges here. Let me see if we can get some of that over here. Hey there, Denethor. I have to say, I'm kind of jonesing these guys here. I'm digging this fire thing. It's like, well, this is really not for personal use. This is more of a business type of a thing. It's like, I get what you're saying there. Thank you so much, Denethor. Appreciate that. Yeah, well, Denethor, that was your dive right there. I mean, that wasn't exactly, I don't know, what was it, 20-something hundred feet that he actually dived off there? So, Denethor, great to see you. So, looky here. Whoops, not the... No, that is. Okay. So, here's our three guys for tonight. And, oh, look, we got ourselves some free hands on there as well. So, adding to our Wolves of Isengard and Dunlending. So, there's our Creebanes from last night. That was super fun. So Denethor, great to see you, of course, as always. And Denethor, if you want to share some of your stuff there in the chat, please go ahead and do that. I know you got some things that you can show off there. I think you got Nurgly things, right? I do believe so. Let me see if I can't throw a little. There we go. Okay, a little bit more of the yellow there. I'm looking to do some edges here. Let's cut into that. Maybe even darken this a little more over there. So again, Denethor, great to see you. Oh, well, you'll be glad to know that, now this is a precursor to Articon. It was a list led by Denethor, and I do believe this list, I think it managed to win that tournament. Yeah, he was the actual leader of that army there, so very impressive. Now, I cannot confirm nor deny that there was 2 Avenger bolt throwers and a trebuchet at 600 points. So that didn't hurt. That's for sure. I'm going to take a little bit of that into here. This is kind of our, well, speaking of Nurgly, it's kind of a warm Nurgly green right there. Let's get some of that on his boot. And maybe some of that over here. Unless maybe this is from the same folks that did these. I'm starting to wonder. I think maybe it is all the same. That's weird. I seriously thought at least these guys were from Kurzlik, but maybe I'm wrong there. So I'm going to be painting some of the wargs for tomorrow's stream. That should be pretty exciting, I think. I'll take my blending brush here and just hit some of this. Get rid of some of that. Thank you so much, Dark Artist Gamer. Appreciate that. Aha. So I see you're still into the burning of Rohan. He's like, yeah, you don't have a problem with that, do you? He's like, no, that's fantastic. Just don't think about the other place. It's like, what other place? That other guy looks a lot like you. He said something about the Shire. It's like, nope, nope, there is no such place. Doesn't exist. It's like, yeah, I said there was this pipeweed stuff. There, we are the Drug Enforcement Agency in Middle Earth, so we're going to set fire to that next. Ay, ay, ay. Now, the last time Gandalf did this, he rolled a 1. And again, this is our Gandalf dice there. Oh. See that? Look at that. That's 200. He's been rolling the Gandalf 6s lately. But he's kind of opened his mouth there twice. And, well, that hasn't gone so well for Gandalf now, has it? That's twice now that Gandalf has flubbed that roll and also flubbed keeping the Shireweed a secret. I think that's what we're going to have to go. I think that's maybe, wasn't that one of the words they used for it? Shireweed? I think that's what we're going to have to start calling it here. All right. Let me throw a little bit of that over here. There's a little too much of a spread there in some of these between the lightest light and those darks. So Denethor, we had to actually restart the stream because, well, the internet folks were doing an improvement in the area, and you can imagine how much they improved things. Yes, it was a great improvement. Stream had to go bye-bye, which is why we've actually been streaming for more like about 3 hours. And of course, we've been able to get fabulous stuff done here, which is great. Given the vast number of miniatures that were prepped and then based, and actually this didn't take care of all the ones that were printed, so nor did it do the new Candish stuff either. So everybody please check out that Nurgly guy on the Discord that Denethor just posted there. So thanks for doing that, Denethor. Of course, we can always tell those Discord links because they are lengthy. That is just the weirdest thing, right? Get a little bit of light on the top of that. Lighten this a little here, and let's go back to this guy here. Let me see what we might be able to do on his helmet and the hair. Essentially, I'm trying to do a little bit of reflection here. So again, everybody check out the link to Denethor just posted. Let's see if I can't scoot in a little bit more of the a little bit more of the Prussian blue here. And if we do that a little more glazy, yeah, okay, there we go. That's what we needed. And also, I think the spear might need to also get some Prussian blue on that. Over there. Back into this for a little touch of reflected light there. And what is that? I thought that was his ponytail, but that's not. That is something else. Not quite sure what that is. Well, thanks, Fido. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you being here, and you have yourself a good one. So Elite, I think I did do a wolf emote. I think he's actually one of the original ones, right? Alright, let me do a little more on the beard there. A little more reflected light on that, and then I'm going to see if I can't use this. So I'm going to have to break that down some more. So yeah, the wolf emote, that's been around for a long time. Thanks to Armored Wolf for sharing that. Lasso Elite, because I've painted many, many, many portraits of wolves over the years. Dozens and dozens of them in all kinds of different mediums, and pastels and watercolors and oils. They're one of my favorite things to paint, so that's why we did that wolf emote. Back to some of the dark here. And that will sharpen up that line. Wow, I'll have to hit that one again, I suppose. Now we gotta get this down the center here. And I'm going to just enhance that. We have a little bit of the orange there. I'm just going to have to go a little further. It is metal, so you can kind of understand that would maybe catch a little bit more of the light there. Again, always liked dogs, always liked Wolf Society. I remember reading Call of the Wild when I was a kid and other books on wolves. And of course, they're just a really fantastic subject for painting. Let me see if we can lighten this up a little. Yeah, fine. If we're going to have that light on the spear, we should probably have a little more light down there on the spear. This needs some kind of reflected light. Not anything crazy, but I might just go with some of this greenish stuff right there. That work its way into the hand a bit. I might go a little bit further. This might be too light for... I want this to be like metal reflected light. That's not what we're looking for. I think that did work though. Now, what about the hair up here? I'll have to do something with that. Let me try first though with this. I don't want to go too orangey. Is this enough here to tint that? That's going to tint that nicely. Yeah, I don't want to go orange like this. We're looking for more of a brass color, something like that maybe. Some of that over here, and then guess we'll do a little bit more on the visor. That probably should get some of this yellow stuff too. Now we've done that. Let me see if we can come back with this really light stuff here. Super light stuff. That'll go here. A little bit of it right there. Okay, on the top of the shield edge here, let me do some of that right here. Yeah. Oh yeah, we need... Oh, that's right. That was another area where I wanted to get just a smidge of light. Boom, that's what we needed there too. So again, these three guys that we've been working on tonight, had a little bit of interruption, of course. Some craziness along the way. But we've been able to do all of our freehand stuff, our object source lighting on these guys. And really just so little time. Again, even with all the craziness of the having to restart the stream and such. Now here, I'm gonna go all the way back over here to something like this. That can't all just be dark back there. That would reflect some of the cloak. That's what we're trying to do here now. I will take a little bit of the lightness of that. Now this screen here, take the Perlene black, some of our blue, and now get a little lighter. Again, different from our firelight. Which, oh, that's right, I'm going to try and juice up that firelight a little bit more here. If we can. There's our fast matte white, some of our fluoro yellow. Down in there. We had to wait for that stuff to set a little bit. Now, let me take the orange here. That's going to need... let me do this. Let me just take this. It's pretty thick here. And that's actually the nose of our skeleton there, also there. Or the skull, sorry. A little bit of the Indian, a little bit of the Indian yellow in there. Oh yeah, these board edges might lighten some of those a bit too. Touch, no, that gotta get again some of the orange in there. I kind of go with more of the yellow on, say, the candlelight stuff. That can't hurt there. A little bit of it here. I'm going to be cheeky here, and I'm going to try and get a couple of the... maybe a little of the yellow along, or the orange there and on that. On the edge of the wood right here. Let me see if we can get away with some of that. Not too much of it. Again, we got the orange here. Oh, here's a film noir. Will show. That's just color difference. Because the light up here, and the light over there didn't look any different now, right? But you can see the difference with the cooler, more desaturated colors on the right hand side, the left hand side with all the high saturation orangey stuff over there. Back to my orange down there. Now the more opaque, lighter yellow behind our skelly friends here. So I'm going to get some of that right over there. And yeah, here's our, we're going to get to this guy too. I'm looking at the edge of his cloak there. I think we need to darken down some of this more. Now, I wish that I could get to one of my, I have the box around here somewhere. Oh, here's the box. Look at this. It's the actual box. There you go. Right there. Let me see if there's a red one. Boom, brand new one too. Yeah, so I'm gonna darken that edge a little bit again from what the Grand Oracle of the flashlight shows us. Also, maybe a little bit more of the lighter orange there. That's what I got on the brush right now, so I was thinking of that. Little touch of that right here, and oh, these there's actually on this I need to. Well, we're gonna go darker anyway. Here's that red mixed with some of our Van Dyke brown, and I'm gonna start out darker on this because there's actually little rivets right there. That also gonna be darker, and then this I'm gonna extend the dark even further here. And we're going to blending brush that like so. So again, hashtag no layers. I didn't need to mix something slightly lighter and then slightly lighter. Not doing that. Some of my floral orange on the flame here. I guess I better thin that down a little. Remember, the fluorescent paints are super thick as far as their consistency goes. They are not opaque. They are hyper translucent. I mean, they are massively translucent. You just gotta realize that, and they will take a little bit of getting used to. I mean, well, the oil paints they take a little getting used to anyway, but these will. It's kind of another additional layer of getting used to them. Of course, you gotta be patient with yourself. I know that can be a difficult thing. It can be frustrating because you just you got something in your mind, a visualization of what you want to see. Doesn't match that. That can be a little disappointing. And everybody, they seem to kind of have that one figure where things just sort of click, and then it's a little bit easier from there. And you will just continuously keep learning with each figure that you do, because, well, that's what happens here. Constantly learning new things. Of course, you have to constantly try new things. If you don't try new things, well, stuff gets boring. You might say, yeah, but I'm good. I got my method. I got my way. Which is good until you start getting a little bit repetitive with that, and it starts to get a little less fun, a little bit more like just work. And you say, well, I'm kind of doing the same thing all the time at work. I really don't want my fun thing to also be nothing but the same stuff over and over. Hey, there's Surface Tension. How you doing? Surface Tension. I hope that the painting of the big dragon goes well. And of course, if you want to share that in the chat, please go ahead. Surface Tension. Well, I almost had the Raging Heroes, not Hyro Titan. What is that? To get the Necro Sphinx. I almost had that printed, except one piece seemed to fail. So we'll have to. And it was one of the wings. It doesn't matter. I got a lot of stuff I have to print anyways. But yeah, we'll have to reprint that one wing. Well, the Surface Tension, again, you want to share that in the chat? That'd be fabulous. So yeah, I actually started curing some of the Raging Hero stuff earlier today, amongst many other things. And there's a lot of stuff to print out, that's for sure. Over here, no. Let me get that resolved a little bit better. There we go. Let me see if I can't also bring out a couple of these here. Might even spread the fire out over this a little more on our little board right here. Everybody please check out that Mastodon link that Surface Tension just shared. Still working with the lighter yellow stuff right here. Actually, Surface Tension, well, I'm going to see if I can't print out the Wicker Man tomorrow. We'll see what's all involved with that one. I'll maybe even after the stream here, I might be able to make a build plate of that. Ooh, let's get the Prussian blue mix onto this side here. Maybe lighten it up a little. More of our green here. Okay, fine. Let's do some of that. I gotta reflect the helmet, right? I don't want to lighten that up too much, though. That would not be a great idea. I'm gonna see if I can maybe lighten this the belt and the pouch a little bit. Now this is some of our yellowish brown color here. That's the Mars Yellow Deep. Hope that doesn't have too much thinner in there. That I don't know, Surface Tension. I don't know, but I'm definitely interested in having that for our Slanya stuff. The other thing is that I went back and there's one of the first tribes that I ever attempted. It didn't go so well at the time. It was really hard actually getting the files. But I think there might be some good Slanya candidates there amongst that. Essentially, they were kind of, I first got them for Rohan type stuff. Again, these could have been Helmingas rated, but see, some of them had the axes, so that's why I kind of went with the Huskarls. Because I think Helmingas, they all have a spear. I'm not sure, again, I'll have to look. Who knows, I might still end up using them as Helmingas as well. I don't think that Helmingas have shields. Again, that's something I will have to research. What do we got here? Some of the Indian yellow. Actually, I'm mixing that with the, with our Terra Rosa there. That's actually not too close to our fire. Well, the Terra Rosa's nowhere near as energetic, so to speak, as our fluorescent yellow and orange over there, that's for sure. There. So here. That's the other thing I have to do is print up some bolt action type stuff. I gotta get the Conquest stuff assembled because that arrived. That will be really, really fun. So that's probably, I think, what I might just have to do tonight is a long night of assembling miniatures. I'm gonna, this is, so it's the Mars Yellow Deep, a little bit of the Fast Matte White. Alright, I'm gonna go darker now. Maybe, yeah, let's do the Asphaltum here. Breaking that down. Some of these folds and such. Now maybe some of our Van Dyke Brown over here. yeah, surface, well, actually, it's now surface tension. I'm spacing on when you're, I think that's, oh, heading down to Istanbul, right? That is coming up soon. There's a part of me that kind of second guessing and say, wait a minute, that might have happened already, but no, we were talking about, remember the Basilica Cistern and checking that out. Now there you go, surface tension. You'll have to find some janissaries. Yes, find some files of janissaries and then paint those. I'll paint winged hussars. You paint janissaries. Okay, yeah, that's okay. That makes me feel a little bit better. There's surface tension. I just all of a sudden had a bit of a brain squeeze there. I'm gonna try and lighten up his skin tone over here a little bit. Thanks, Armored Wolf. That boy, Armor. It's been so long since I last painted salamanders. That is going to be really wild. I think I might just try to print some of the jungle plants tonight since they won't take too long and the temperature not really ideal for printing big, long, elaborate prints, so we might just try something like that. Well, surface tension, there's plenty of, I think there might even be some Assyrian-themed fantasies to actually, I keep thinking Janissaries could be some Chaos Dwarf Gunners or something like that. So much surface tension, appreciate that. That's Armored Wolf. That's going to be really fun working with those. I mean, the Lizardman Blood Bowl team, that was okay. Not quite the same as a Lizardman army, though. And of course, I've got that that Lizardman terrain that I'm also been printing out. Basically, the Inca buildings. Which are really perfect for the Lizardmen. Trying to get a little lighter edge on that, and then here I might need to, yep, when in doubt, make things darker. That's what we're going to do here. We will make things darker. I'm going to get a little bit more thinner in that. It's not a pinline wash either. Oh, I need to get his knuckles there a little bit lighter too, don't I? I'm going to try that. Where's that lighter green? Oh, there we go. A little bit of the radiant green in there. Better thin that down too. Surface tension. If you do those, just shoot me a screenshot or something like that of, just remind me to look at OPR because, we did have some fun with those Shadow Stalkers. Remember we did that, that was one of the Warcry units that we painted on stream. I also did an army painting series on those guys. Alright, let me hit the knuckles on this guy here real quick before I forget. Right there. Yeah, let me do the knuckles here as well. Like that. Nah, we don't want that there. I'll just take that away. Should maybe, you know what? I will backtrack and maybe go to the orange there. So thanks to Armored Wolf for posting a link to the Patreon page. The latest Patreon video was actually the basing of all of these guys. Over 2 dozen miniatures in the video, again with the wood, the casualties, the flame, and trying to arrange it so that, well, the doggies, and here, like, so this, like a duel, right, or a diorama, this is what we're talking about, where the things interact with each other. Even something like this crazy one here, right, where he's definitely about ready to munch on that guy. And look at this one here. So this is one that will, well, I think we'll be painting tomorrow. Again, I was looking to maybe paint some of the wargs tomorrow. I think that's going to be real fun. There's more wargs and fell beasts to print out, so we might be painting up some fell beasts on stream too. Because, I don't know, I only have about 12 of those printed out. And surface tension, well, yeah, that's right, you got your Shmoom Kings, although Shmoom Kings, we don't really consider them bad guys, do we? They're just misunderstood and canceled. See, that's where they're just, that's where they get all angry, because people are going in there, taking all their stuff, right, looting their temple cities, or their tomb cities. People would just leave the tomb cities alone. Tomb Kings would just be, they would not be a problem. So again, back to the orange here. That's actually a little buckle over there. I'm going to have to see maybe if I can get some of my darker colors in that. Now I need something that's got a bit more of the orange. Let's do the yellow. More of the orange right there. So yeah, surface tension, I just, I mean, where else, you know, what other faction has people constantly heading into their towns, right, and just taking stuff? That's no bueno right there. A little bit of light on his hand. I wonder, I mean, we are getting to be close to 4 hours, so I think we could do a little bit of brushstroke maintenance there. Yes, we can. And all that is just taking a brush that has no paint on it and then doing a little bit of scumbly stuff there. And what it does is it gets rid of some of the extra paint, or the excess paint, and that ends up looking like it's a much smoother application. Again, it's just not really blending colors, it's just kind of getting rid of the excess paint. Let's see if I can't get a little bit of light in there. Something on his cheek there, the mustachio there. Hey there, Incanes, great to see you. Happy Saturday. Hard to believe that it's already Saturday. Still feels like just a few days ago I was still at Little Wars in the Warlord booth. And again, we want to express our thanks to Warlord for having me in that booth. And Warlord was very nice. That is by far the best I've ever eaten at any convention, that's for sure. I think I ate more at that convention than I have at the last 10 conventions combined. Now, having a clearly defined time where the vendor area was closing and all the food being, well, right there, that sort of contributed to that. So there's some unique circumstances there. You know what? We're missing a little bit of our Prussian blue up here. Let me see if we can use a smidge of that up there. There we go. Yeah, it was just like a whole wave of the lighter stuff there and nothing else. We need a little bit of the, did this on the other helmet there. Okay, that, I don't think I want to go too much lighter than that. We'll do one on the other side here. A little bit of more light going to be added in there. So great to see you there, Inganes. I hope that everything goes well with painting and everything else. I'm going to mix up a little bit of a... Later, there's too much paint on that brush. I'm just going to try and... Bingo, there we go. There are some edges on a few things also here. Maybe the shield as well, that going to try and get me some lighter edges. Now, of course, boy, really having my liner brushes back is super fabulous. Again, these are liner brushes, not the rounds. Yeah, let's show you the difference, and boy, it is quite the stark difference. So this is one of the Trixie rounds. See that? Now look at our liner brush. Looky there. It's almost twice the length on the bristles there, and that is really, really major for things like what I'm doing here. It gives me much more leverage than I might otherwise have. So very important. Again, and gun is great to see you. I suppose one of the nice aspects of most of these guys will not need any static grass whatsoever, or flock or anything. That's a rarity, especially after all the hobbitses that I just did. And, well, the Bretonians. Trying to catch a bit more of the light up there, and then a few places on the fur there. So I can see some of that kind of yellowy brown has worked its way in there. Now let me see if I can't on the chainmail here. So with the chainmail, every so often, see we got kind of a mid-tone, almost a darker. I'm trying to, not everywhere, but every so often, see I catch a little bit in the, because if they're all perfectly aligned, they don't really offer a whole lot of protection. They need to actually sort of be offset a little bit. And you can show that by, see, kind of random little bits of glint there. We got some of the blue in there. We got some of the reflected green in there. I'm going to, here, let me take the, that's our yellow ochre. Basically, it's the Mars Yellow Deep, much better than yellow ochre. And I'm going to just warm this up a little bit, because this green is looking a little bit too close to the cooler Perline Black. And we did again manage to finally get this showed up earlier today. So this, we're going to see if this is the Williamsburg version of Perline Black. Now, it is way more expensive. It's basically 3 times the cost. However, maybe it's a little bit better, and it might be something that somebody can get versus something they could not get. I will be testing that on some of these, because our Dunlendings just happen to be Perline Black, and even our Rohan guys, the Perlene black is just mixed with warmer, lighter colors to create that. You know what? Let me see if I can't get rid of this here. That's some of my hot glue. I'm gonna use this, see if I can't get rid of that. You know what? I'm gonna go with the dark in here. Some of the asphaltum. Okay, we just darken that down. Also, too, here that's should be sort of a shadow here cast by his helmet. I don't think I want to get any more dark over there. Now this, we kind of bumped into that with my fingers, so I'm gonna not have that piece of fuzz on that brush. And then try to recover this a little here. There. Also over there. Might try to lighten the top of the shield a little. See what happens up here with the fur and some of that. On the helmet here, let me see if I can. So a little bit of light over there. That really technically want that to be more of a gold. So I'm going to see if I can throw a little bit of the yellow ochre and some of the Indian yellow into that. Looks, yeah. Let me try, I think, oh, there might have been a raid just as I was about to try and get a little bit more of my darker reds in the helmet there. Also, in the folds of the cloak, Perlene red, a little bit of our Van Dyke brown mixed in there. Push that orange a little further. So this is our flower orange. That just is the Marion Street stuff for right now. Again, I keep using up the stuff that I've mixed, so just again using the pre-mixed stuff. Throw that down here a little bit, and maybe a little something on the floorboard right there. So the floorboard, just coffee stirs. I mean, it's as basic a material as it can. And oh, I got to get some more of that balsa wood. That's right. Between my terrain projects and everything else, I think I've chewed up just about all the balsa wood. That's something I need to just chuck into the old Amazon cart tomorrow. Yeah, surface tension, the green, even the blue, and oh, the other fun thing, and I've like the magenta. I mean, of course, it's good for magenta source lighting, but when you chuck in that magenta, say in your actual just non-metallic metal golds, wow, that really, you get yourself quite the warm orangey gold with that. So that's very fun too. And I like to throw the fluorescent blue sometimes into, well, I know I'd used it. Can I reach him here? Yeah. That did go into the skin tone here. So there is actually fluorescent blue in there. Oh, mix that with the Indanthrone blue. Yeah. That was super fun. Now that over there, that's, okay. Prussian blue. Okay, that helps. I don't know if I need to maybe do any lighter light there. Nah, I might. Let me try one. Let's see what happens here. That is going to go right there. Yeah, okay. What we had was just kind of a blob. Now it's much more organized. Also, too, I think I need to some of our naphthol, scarlet to tone down just a. There we are. What I did with the Prussian blue, I just did with the orange on the underside of that too. All right. What's going on with this? There's a couple of weird lines there, and then this does not have a whole lot of. Let me try some dark here. I actually might go indigo and Van Dyke brown together. Something not just darker, but also much cooler. Thinning it down, but not a pin line wash. I guess better thin that down even a little bit more. Also, too, we are still breaking in a new one of our liner brushes here. Maybe it did, yeah, and we'll do that over here too. So I guess maybe it just did need a little bit of the dark. Gonna try to find a little bit. Here, let me try this. On the act, there we go. Okay. Yeah, we had sort of a dark next to a dark. That wasn't quite right because we needed some reflected light there. Also, we can get some dings and chips on that axe too. Okay. This guy here. Let me see what we can do on the wood there. I might also here. Let me. Maybe I'll use this Van Dyke brown. Get a little bit of the indigo there. Who knows? Maybe something that looks again a little bit like soot or burned stuff on the wood here. That's basically what we just did, a sort of a dry brushy thing over the top of that. And that's was basically just our primer with, again, a little bit of the dry brushy stuff over the top. A little bit of dark there. Get rid of that. Maybe I'll throw a little dark there and maybe some over here. Okay, oh yeah, the something up there we're missing, I think, a little bit of our Prussian blue, so we'll do Prussian blue there and a little there. So again, that's a color difference there. It's not a value difference. Value is exactly the same as it was. Only difference, color. And remember, you can get all kinds of really nifty contrast without having to, again, contrast is more than just light versus dark, of course. And we have the Book of Waffle stickers that Armored Wolf did to prove it. And along with the crushed glass snow, you can get those on the Armored Wolf Etsy page. And again, while you're there, get lots of dice bags. Again, that's Armored Wolf Productions. Throwing a little more touch of the blue up there too. Again, that's the Prussian blue. Gonna chuck some of that over here. Maybe a little bit into there as well. And on this chapeau right here, do we have enough of our Prussian blue up there. I think I'm going to maybe try to get some of my lighter lights. Let's see what happens when we do that. Kick that up a little bit. And I think I might hit some of these edges. Yeah, let's try and lighten up some of these. We got a lot of mid-tones. We have some darks there. And on the little bit of further, we're going to try and energize that a little. Hey there, Doji. Happy Saturday. Hopefully the bakery run has been achieved with glorious, yummy results, I'm sure. Some of that lighter skin tone over there. And Doji have been showing the Courbet, is it Courbet green? Yeah. So we will see if this is the Williamsburg equivalent of Perlene Black. So Doji, if you wanted to share your fabulous Tokore miniatures in the chat, please go ahead. And again, everybody, please check out the fabulous painted miniatures by Doji there, done with the oils, of course. What else would they be done with, right, Doji? Let me see if we can't sneak your eye right in there. Another one there. Boy, I don't want to do too much of that, but that will mix with their skin tone. Just looking to separate a little bit of that design there. Okay. So everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Doji posted. Okay, that's a lighter Prussian blue. Throw that over here as well. Just a teensy bit in there too. Now Doji, now it's only a Series 3, so it's a little less hazardous. Again, we'll do some staining tests. We'll do a couple of different tests of it, and we'll see again. Is it worth it? Now, of course, to me, you can get Winsor Newton paints much easier everywhere than Williamsburg. That's kind of how I sort of see that. Let me see if I can actually use this as a bit of a blending brush here too. I never did get a chance to do my really dark in this spear here like we did on the other one. Oh, that's right, we had our raid. And of course, ironically enough, that was when we were off trying to get our restock. That is when Hero Zone arrived. So I'm trying to make that a little lighter here. Yeah, some reflected light down there. Surface tension, that kind of makes sense, because when you look at it, there's 3 different pigments in there. Much like paint, the original Payne's Gray was 3 different pigments, I believe. So that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, because you've got your, well, there's iron oxide in there. Oh, and look at this. There's areolide yellow. That's our, believe it or not, that's our brilliant yellow pale. So there's 2 potential opaque colors in here. So that's why I thought, well, maybe that could be sort of similar. Again, we'll find out. And it really is, it's meant to be more of an alternative than anything else. Obviously, the Perlane Black is the much cheaper option. Way, way cheaper option. Uh, Darn near about 1/3 the cost. But in general, right, Doji, we have kind of found that, well, sometimes it's sort of worth it. Surface tension, I was going to, well, we'll rename. Let's see, what do we use a lot? We certainly use a lot of the terracotta, don't we? Or terra rosa. Let's see, well, we also, one of the fluorescents, there we go. We could have a fluorescent color. Need that, because object source lighting, right? That would only be just, wouldn't it? If it was an object source lighting type color. That might just, well, okay, it's got a little bit of orange in it. Fine. So Doji, well, of course, Egyptian violet, right? It is the king of violets. Everything else is just, it's just purple. So I think we should lay claim to it, right, Doji? I'm just trying to get me a little bit of the restore an edge here on this here shield. One sec. Over there. There we go. Okay, we had no demarcation line between where the object source lighting was, and of course the ambient light needed to do that. Of course, Doji, now there's a part of me that just would like to rename everything. Wapelius red, Wapelius blue, Wapelius green. Actually, there's a part of me that thinks that's even more correct right there. We'll just rename all of the colors, because that won't be confusing at all, will it? That wouldn't be the least bit confusing. I'm just going to get that little light there. Yeah, we did it on the other side. I didn't really have something like that. So we'll just take the entire gamut of colors and we'll just rename all of them. And that'll be the new oil paint line. Wapelius yellow. Wapelius brown. Wapelius black. We even renamed the iridescent pearl whites. Yeah. So that, on the top of that, should not be orange. It should be more like that. So we're going to make a change here. So surface tension wants to get in on the renaming act as well. So surface tension wants surface beige. And of course, Doji, I think you're going to want Doji turquoise. Or no, Doji teal, that's it. That kind of sounds a little odd, but there we go. Okay, that's the big, there we go. Didn't change the color, or it didn't change the value, we just changed the color. Boy, that is a big difference. That was not looking round at all. Same thing with this one, right? Didn't have any kind of round spherical shape to it. Now it certainly does. Landras, that would be, well, that'd be a very healthy paint, wouldn't it? Be a very, very healthy paint. It would be a paint that you could eat, right? Because it'd be all mangoes. Well, slightly recycled mangoes, I guess. So yes, the Wapelius mango orange, or mango yellow. That gives you all the fine, bright, glowy stuff that you would expect. Let me get that here. Let me do this. That is some perline black mixed with our not radiant indigo. Now on our little free handy stuff here, I need to lighten this up a little. Oh, thanks so much, Dark Horse. Dark Horseshoe, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Hopefully, Dark Horseshoe, we can see you tomorrow again. I'm hoping to be painting a bunch of the wargs tomorrow. So hopefully we shall see you then. And thanks again for being here, of course. Appreciate that. The lurk is appreciated. And thanks for the kind words as well. Oh, yeah, that's more of a perline black here. And we're going to just do a little loop, so don't want it to look like a dolphin there. Let me see if we can bring this down here now. The feathers there, you know what, here, let me see if we can do the feather texture on this. I'm going to maybe cut this down. Whoops, not that much. Okay, let's try this here. Surface tension suggests that maybe we do something in the high chroma color range there. And, well, Prinkle's permanence, that would certainly give Prinkle's a little bit of a superiority complex, wouldn't it? Wouldn't there's surface tension? Of course, Prinkles already has one, so I'm not sure that would really create anything that's not already there. Alright, we did that. Let's do, here, let's tighten up this design now a little bit. Like that. And like this. And now we're going to try again. Let me see if we can interrupt that with a little bit of something that looks like feather texture. Like that. We take that away. A little bit of dark under here. Speaking of some dark, let me redo that edge a little bit. Yeah, there's not so much of the red that, oh, here we have the Grand Oracle of the flashlight. No, some of it does reach over there. Alright, so, fine. That is duly noted. Alright, we'll grab some of our this orange, hopefully not too much. Oh, that might be just about right. Little bit of light right along the edge there. And that's it. That is all in the in shadow there, so we won't mess with that. I don't know, is that light enough of an orange? It did much like our, oh yeah, remember the old days when we were using the cadmium scarlet and the cadmium orange and such? Boy, that took a while to dry. Also, that was a pricey set of colors right there. I mean, they're really nice. They're very intense colors. I mean, that's why they have the high price tag. And let's see if I can't throw a little more of the light on that board down in there. It's a bit more orange there. Now this here, I'm gonna tone you down a little. kind of coming at from the bottom. There we are. That too. Now for a little bit of the Van Dyke brown, some darks here on this boot. We have a whole bunch of lights and middle tones. We have nothing there in the way of dark. Now I need to, will we be able to see that it's semi-blocked by the shield there, but I'm going to see if I can get a little bit of light on that buckle there. Not too much of the ambient light on that metal there. Now back here, I'm going to try some of the, just like a little bit of a bluish gray. I'll try that again, but boy, that's going to be as close to a dry brush as I can possibly get. Because again, that's not the firelight, not hitting that right. I'll see you, hopefully see you on, well, it'll be your Sunday, Surface Tension, as we try to get some wargs painted. So thank you so much for being here, of course. Appreciate that. So thanks, Surface Tension. Let me get back to this guy here. I'm still wondering what can we do in the hair. Let me try a couple of extra lights there on the helmet. That's going to help. Oh yeah, there too. I did that bit of light up there. I'll lay a little lighter edge on the spear tip. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna hit the fur up there a little bit more, and then the hair will hopefully stand out even more as darker. I don't want the skin to be too light. Let me see what we can do on the armor right there. This is actually chainmail, so I'm going to try and get a couple little glints of light in there. Now I need to get, guess what, some reflected green in there. Never did do anything for that belt there. So again, a little bit of the yeah, a little bit of the magenta type of a mix that we've been doing. Ironically enough, kind of the skin tone color here. So welcome back there, Doji. Ooh, let me some dark in between these fingers here. Like that. And there. Okay. That helped. Nice little bit of edge restoration there. So yeah, then my Wolves of Isengard, there is one that has a couple guys with banners. And I'm just wondering, I was almost tempted to kind of go with a crow design on that banner too. Not that it can be allied with the Dunlendings, because that's its own legendary legion, and that is that's generally the one limitation of the the legendary legions is you cannot add more allied things. They're kind of standalones. Okay, so I think we've got ourselves some decent fur happening there. try and lighten this up a bit here. Believe it or not, this is our brilliant violet. That's not actually white or even fast matte white. That's brilliant violet. Getting our... Yeah, let's do a little bit more of the feather something here. And let's try it again here. And again here. Now remember over here, this is where the fold in the cloak, right, kind of verschmizzles the design a little bit. You gotta kind of factor that in. We'll be doing some more Bretonians, where you'll certainly see that. A lot of freehand on the cloaks and such. I don't know, I'm gonna get that light on the top of this mask thing, sure. That one part of the shield there, okay. I don't know if I wanted it to be quite that light, but get a little edge on that too. Working a little more. Ooh, first, blending brush. Like there's just a big old blob of that white there. Now I'm going to come back in with our darker red here and separate some of that. Now again, that tusk or something like that, I don't know. I'm gonna see if I can maybe get some kind of eyes on him. Now this, we're gonna darken this up too, because I don't think, yeah, that carries all the way over to here. So we'll darken that up. Consult the oracle of the flashlight. Okay, so that actually should be more of a blue there, or more of a sky color, essentially less red. So I'm going to just take the darker blue there, because if that gets too light, well, then we'll really lose our source lighting effect, won't we? So I'm not trying not to do too much with the light, just trying to do something with the color. Now, indigo, Prussian blue, there, also there. Yeah, I think what we had is we had a whole collection of mid-tones and maybe some lights, and then Zippo when it came to something real dark. Indigo certainly is a dark, and that bluish gray. A little bit of light on the edge there. Fine, we'll lighten up that fur a little. This guy here. Some of the fur up there maybe gets a little lighter. And just a couple touches on the hair, I think. So I do believe, yeah, in our 2 streams here, that gets us to a half a dozen more of our Dunlendings, and well, here's hoping we end up with at least 2 or 3 wargs. Again, I'm not so sure. It might just be 2 wargs tomorrow. Kind of depends when I can get going. these are armies that I've been really wanting to add to for quite some time, just like our Galadrim elves that I wanted to get going. And then yes, I will be prepping. I have actually 3 more that the old metal ones that I'll be basing to add to our Galadrim elves. And gee whiz, another Galadriel. Because we don't have enough Galadriels. We only have about 6 of them now. Clearly, we need more. That would be the actual original metal GW one, which I have not painted with the oils yet. We've painted a whole bunch of the 3D printed ones. Let me come back with some dark in here. And then I'm going to try to do the lighter orangey stuff on that part of the armor there. Let me see if we can do that here. We got some of this. Breaking it down, but not too much thinner, of course. That'll go here, and then right along the edge there. Like that. Nevag, how you doing? Good morning to ya. Thanks for joining me on a Saturday morning here. So great to see you there, Nevak. I hope that everything has been going well as possible. Very fun to be working on our Dunlendings again and Wolves of Isengard. And get a little more light on the edge of his there. Okay, we'll do some of this. Might try to get a little more light here on his boot there, over there. Maybe a smidge more light on his hand there. Now the underside here of his helmet. I don't know, I'm gonna do here. When in doubt, make things darker. We'll just do that here. We'll do that and maybe even go more towards the asphaltum here. Yeah, I think that sort of works. See if I can't give him some kind of an eye here. First, though, I have to cut some of that away. Well, okay, that's gonna basically have to be his eye then. So again, Eva, great to see you. And again, these are some of the wargs that we're going to be painting up tomorrow. I think I definitely want to try this one right here, because that one's going to be really wild. We'll start with him, and we'll see how we progress on that. Well, later today, I guess I should say, because it is 2 hours and 10 minutes into Saturday. Gonna get some more of the dark in there. And a little bit more here. A little more on my dark right there, and then some over here on the bottom of his boot. Blending brush, push it all together. I'm looking at, might try a couple more. My Jarks right there, also there. Something like that. Yeah, that works. Now I think I will be. Hey there, Neshlin. How you doing? Actually, let me. I'm gonna go grab me some cough drops here. So 1 second. We shall return. Don't go anywheres. We'll be back. I just realized I forgot that we restored our medicine, but we forgot that other aspect of our medicine. So we shall be right back. If I can find my screen that I'm looking for, there we go. I have returned, and I'm gonna. I think we're going to do some darks in there. Yes, okay. Some of our indigo mixed with our Van Dyke brown. Ah, okay. Has been looking a little funky this whole time. That is much better there, I think. Yeah. Now, thanks, Doji. Appreciate that. Again, this actually has been almost a 4.5 hour stream now because there's the portion of the program where things were a little weird because yeah, we've actually been streaming since 9:45 or something like that. Now it's 2:15. Hey there, Bithron. So Bitron, if you want to share some of your fabulous terrain there, and Bitron, hopefully you got all the magnets that you were wanting. I know you were really wanting a bunch of those. Hopefully you got all the magnets that you need. Yeah, Bitron, I have to break out my books here to see. I can't quite remember what sort of gear that the Huskarls get, and then I also have to check out the Helmingas for Rohan, and I have to see, do they get shields, and do they have Is it axes or spears? I think it's axes. At first I was thinking it was spears, but it might actually be axes instead. Well, sorry that the magnets aren't there yet. I'm sure they'll get there. Give me a little bit of there we go. So again, just looking to finish off his beak there. Everybody, please check out the Insta link there that Bitron posted. Some fabulous terrain there. Boy, Bitron, I haven't had a chance to open up any of the conquest boxes because, well, like you, I've got conquest figs to assemble. So we'll try to get those guys put together. You know what? I'm gonna try something a little different. No, let me get some of the yellowish stuff in this. And that's almost going to be a bit of a dry brush right there. Yeah. We'll do some of that. Now, the stream got verschmizzled because, well, the internet guy, they were improving the internet service in the area, and, well, that obviously had the negative impact you would expect. Oh, that's good there, Bithron. That should be fabulous. And how's about everybody welcoming AD Creations? Hey there, AD. Speaking of late, it's even later there. Everybody also please give AD Creations a follow. AD, if you want to post your fabulous new miniature there in the chat, please go ahead. So yeah, AD, we've been working on 3 more. Here, where's my third? There's my third guy. So 3 more of these guys. Obviously a little spot of freehand on some of them there. So AD, I hope that today's gone relatively easy for you. More of our dark there. That's the Van Dyke Brown. We'll do that, and then I have to see, should I try and get some more light here? First, I'm going to try and close off the eyelid there. That's good, AD. I'm going to throw a little bit more on my dark up there. Now, let's get to that Prussian blue once again here. Yeah, we'll work with that. Did a little bit of tattoo type stuff there, because these are Dunlendings here. Maybe, yeah, I think we need to give him some more light actually here too on his hand, I think. So yeah, AD, everybody please check out the Instagram link that AD just shared, the really fantastic new miniature. And of course, AD, you'll be streaming on Sunday, right? I believe that's the plan. Anyways. Oh, there we go. Okay, we almost got that worked in there. I'll lighten up that a little bit. Also there too. Thanks, AD. Appreciate that. It's kind of nifty to see the figures that, well, weren't even primed, just well, didn't even have bases a couple of days ago, and only just primed earlier on Friday there. Ready to join our Dunlending. So here we, put in a couple of extra lights there. That sort of reinforces that tattoo design there. Well, that sounds good there, AD. That sounds very fabulous. Well, I'm sure that'll be a blast. Okay, I think we're good there on his face now. I'm going to try and get to that mustachio there. Can't really do too much beyond that. We'll try and sneak something in there. That is way too much of a band of light there. I'm going to try this. Let me see if this is, first of all, dark enough. Which it sort of is. Yeah, that just cut down on that band of light there. Now, let me do this. Let me see if that Mars yellow deep, it is intense enough. Yeah, I don't want to go any lighter than that, but that's got a little intensity to it. So again, everybody please give AD Creations a follow if you could. No, that's our orange there. Let's do something a little bit different on this side of the spear. Gotta get some light there too. Gee whiz. Little bit of light there, some there, some there. A little bit there. Okay, let me see what we can do on this. Here, oh yeah, definitely could use some of that lighter stuff right there. On the edge of the spear point. Oh, you know what? I'm looking at the way that flame is scoped. Let me see if we need to hit that again. Here, let me try some white here. We still have a little bit of the floral yellow left. Need to squeeze that down in there. Now maybe we'll have to do a thin that down. Not quite a pin line wash, but sort of a pin line wash there. Okay, yeah, now that starts to work here. We need well, some of our orange, I think. Yeah, because the kind of going from the dark red just directly to the much lighter flame. I'm going to try and get a little more transition out of that. Same over here. Like that up here. I don't know, let me try the light there. Oh yeah, I think that might just, okay, yeah, that in a couple of places, not everywhere. Oh, by the way, I did, this is actually two of the green stuff roll flamey skulls, but I did actually add some more flame on top of them with the heavy gloss gel while I was doing the other stuff. Some of my orange and a little bit of the Indian yellow there. There's some of the teeth there. Yeah, you know what? We should maybe get a little bit of the light in there too. And perhaps a little more of the light on these boards out here. Let me see if we can do that. So surface tension, it was in the, well, we almost had some snow, I think. I think up in Minnesota. I think at these mom, they said they had some snow there. I think, well, now it's 61 or something like that, so that's a whole lot warmer. So that's That's a little bit of Celsius there, AD in Wales. So it's, what would you say? It's about 40 something degrees there, surface tension. Maybe it's what, about 42 degrees or something like that Fahrenheit there. Let me get a little bit more on my lighter orange over here. So again, my Celsius foo is not always there, but I think that's somewhere in the low 40s. That's pretty much kind of how it was here for most of the last 3-4 days or so, in the 30s and 40s. So 41 degrees. Wow, I was not that far off. Wow, I was only, well, I'm gonna say 1 degree off. I'm gonna say it was 42 degrees. So maybe my Celsius foo is a little bit better than I thought. And I don't have any Googles because, well, both of my hands are otherwise occupied. So yes, there was no Googles involved. A little more orange right there, and we have some of these bits of chainmail over here, like so. There. I'll chuck a little bit of that over here. Let me get a little more of that right there too. Yeah. I don't know how much more orange I'm gonna want way over here. So maybe we'll just stop with that. And we'll maybe take a little bit more of the lighter yellowy orange on this stuff here. I don't know, what do we got in the axe over here? I don't think I want to go too much later on that. Well, Doji, that I can understand. It's quite a bit of work that's got to be done here tomorrow, that's for sure. Holy smokes, there's like 12 different things that all need to be done at the same time. Lots of assembling, lots of printing, and filming. Not sure how all that's supposed to happen tomorrow. I am trying to work at a couple of directions that are just sort of in the shadow areas, at least, of the fur. Create some more shape there. Little bit more right there. Push you back. That edge got a little bit weird. Again, sometimes when you're adding those lighter colors there, they want to do that. They spread out a little bit more than they should. Yeah, a little bit more of my dark right there. There's one little rivet over here. Let me see if we can hit that with what we've got there. Okay, that worked out, and now I don't know if this is going to be too light, but okay. So remember that this was both of these little belt buckle things. The top of those we had to cool down those colors, and of course here, again, focus on that belt thing, and of not the. We can do both. All right, here. So that and that. Now, when we do our film noir on this, zoom. Yeah, there's literally no difference between the firelight and the ambient light. It's the warmer, super saturated colors here, cooler, desaturated over there. Bring back the color, and you see, again, that's just a little bit of a color difference. It's not a value difference, right? Because again, the contrast more than just light versus dark. Now I might head over Zelika's way here because, well, now we've been streaming for closer to 5 hours, and now it's getting closer. Well, it's 2:30 here, and we've got printing stuff to do for sure. Let's do a quick little review of our 3 that we did today. There you go. And since some freehand we do, we got the tattoo there, we got some cloak stuff happening right there, so very fun stuff. Thanks so much, Bithron, for being here, and thanks, of course, to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. Bestest moderator on the Twitches. Thanks for all the cheers and the subs and the follows and the bits, and of course, again, being patient where the stream went kind of wacky at the start, and we had to restart things. Yeah, Irid, I see the Iron Ant. I think Zelika is maybe he's doing a Lizard Man right there. Oh, thanks, Grand Oracle. Geez, I thought maybe you had gone off to sleep there. Thanks so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Yeah, thanks to AD. So again, I will hopefully catch everybody, well, again, tomorrow. We want to be painting some of our fabulous wargs that, again, it's meat's back on the menu here, that's for sure. So see you later there, Doji. Thank you so much. Here, we're going to get that raid underway. So yeah, fabulous here. Again, adding some more stuff to our Dunlendings and Wolves of Isengard. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you on Saturday. So see you later there, Arid.